This is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.
What's up, DzPeepz? This is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.
What's up, DzPeepz? This is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.
Okay. Give me 1 second because I'm still trying to get myself situated. Give me 1 minute, DzPeepz. Now, I know the background is probably going to cut my afro off, but let me just... Natural hair don't curl. Okay. Yeah. No, see, there's scalp, no wigs. Okay? Natural hair don't care. In fact, I love it. Give me just 1 second. So I think I did notify everybody that I needed to. Give me 1 second. Okay, you know what? I'm not even going. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me a moment. Okay, yeah, I think I sent it out to everybody that I needed to. All right, well, thank you for tuning in and welcome to D's World. I do not like how the background is cutting my afro off. Okay, my hair is luxurious. Stop cutting off my afro. It's making it look all like uneven. I'm like, I didn't spend the time to pick it out now, shoot. Cause yeah, my scalp needs to breathe tonight. So I decided to go on and pick out my afro for this live. And bear with me, because again, I was trying to get this little area set up and then I had to go grab my water. Speaking of, hold on a sec. Cody, don't you even say nothing. I know I got a gigantic bottle of water, but I don't plan on drinking all of it right now. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank you to everybody that is tuning in to this live. If this is your first time, thank you and welcome to D's World. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Yes, I have on clothes. I got on my little halter jumper because it's very comfortable. So thank y'all. Thank you again, family in the building. Got my good brother. For those that would like to support the channel, feel free to send a blessing to my Cash App, scrolling across the bottom of the screen as well, pinned in the chat. Let's go ahead and get started. Hold on a second. Yeah, I realized when I watched the replay on the live from a couple nights ago, I'd be clicking share screen in the studio, but it didn't share screen for like 15 minutes. So I have to toggle back and hit, like, StreamYard did some stuff where you gotta hit an additional button now. I was like, bruh, when I was showing the Oprah stuff, it wasn't sharing screen at all. So y'all, in the future, if that happens, pipe down in the chat and be like, D, we can't see, because, you know, then when I toggle back over, I'll see y'all's comments. So anyway, for those who have not, do not forget to share and subscribe and follow me on rumble.com. I know some people said they had some trouble finding the page, so that's why I've started sharing this at the beginning of the lives. Just go to rumble.com, /JustDeeShow. I will even put the link in the chat. I know it's up on the screen as well, and it's free. Rumble is the platform that we are moving to, family, because Rumble is completely uncensored and both of my channels are monetized. So y'all make sure to get over to rumble.com and make sure you hit subscribe. That way you be sure to get notified every time I go live, and you can participate in the chat. And you know, those of y'all that's tuning in, don't forget to like the video, like the video, like the video, like the video. Even the trolls and the real rejects of YouTube, if you're here watching, it's because you like Just D Show. And don't fool yourself by thinking that you're a hater, because here's the thing, I don't watch channels of people I don't like. At all. I don't go to nobody's channel and watch their content if I don't fuck with them. So if you here, it's because you fuck with me. So go on and hit the like. Scroll through the content. Y'all make sure to support the channel. And shout out to everybody that has been signing and sharing my Stop YouTube Global Cyberbullying and Gang Stalking, which commenced last year on the channel. And guess what? I'm still here. And today, Just D Show was vindicated, okay? So I'm very, very happy with that. Tell me why when I typed in the Google... When I typed into Google, I typed in Jaguar Wright GoFundMe, Stormy Shabussy, Alize Jenkins, aka Storm Monroe's video was the first thing to pop up in the title, said Jaguar Wright GoFundMe after what she did to me. Sir, let's be very clear. Y'all did shit to each other. Because see, I've been following your ass since 2016. You the reason I stopped fucking with Sasha K, because of that shit she did to you and Von Ray and Chelsea. That's the reason I don't like Trashy K. It actually has nothing to do with Jaguar. It was because of the bullshit I seen her do to Storm. And I was just like, wow, like she ain't shit for that. So honestly, I unsubscribed from her then. But today definitely had me goddamn defending these motherfuckers that I really don't fuck with. Because how, Sway, how the fuck you gotta go fund me for legal fees when you had been talking all that shit about me last year, lying through your fucking teeth with no evidence whatsoever, telling people that I was lying about my GoFundMe and I've been hospitalized. Matter of fact, I recently been in the ER for this condition that I'm speaking healing over that I know I need surgery for. So it's just amazing how the tables have turned a year later. Because see, all the stuff I told y'all was gonna happen, I said it's gonna happen between the end of 2025 and the beginning of 2026, and everything, I mean everything I done told y'all has manifested. So I just love when I get vindicated and, you know, things happen to turn out exactly how the fuck I said they were going to. Came back to my channel to show y'all. For those of y'all that might have missed my unscheduled live, yeah, this one. For those of y'all that might have missed this unscheduled, this unscheduled live, make sure you go back and catch this live from earlier this evening. Jaguar Wright's GoFundMe for legal fees scammer alert for somebody who was constantly lying on me, defaming and slandering my ass, calling me a scammer. Ma'am. Why the fuck you need $16K for legal fees? I think it's because of that Brian McKnight lawsuit, in addition to the criminal charges for grand theft auto when you didn't return that U-Haul truck. So now you got a legal defense and justice fund, okay? And you tried to blame it on you being a target of intense online harassment. Did you or did you not publicly do a humiliation ritual on me on February 9th of 2025? I do believe that video is still up on your channel, helping my case against your ass. Ma'am, you ain't raising legal fees because you're the target of online harassment. You harass everybody on YouTube, Instagram, and everywhere else, and now you are. See, what goes around always comes around. I told y'all last year this shit was gonna happen. I really did. Oh, by the way, Maggie lost her channel. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. The deaths that I told y'all about, some of them have happened, some are still gonna happen. The funerals I've seen in the 5D, and again, all my commentary is alleged outside of my real life experience and my spiritual gifts. I saw 4 more funerals and more people going to jail, and I definitely saw you in your orange is a new black jumpsuit. So karma for that ass, I really love it. Speaking of karma, Diddy loses attempt to dismiss claims he made man give him head and violated Biggie's shirt. For those that don't know, this is Jonathan Hayes' case. Shout out to the king, Jonathan Hay. I've been praying for you. I genuinely hope for your healing and your justice, and not just you, everybody's justice who have been survivors of sexual abuse. So yeah, this popped up as I was doing some research after the live I did earlier. This was dated the 12th, so just yesterday. Did he face another legal defeat when a judge rejected his request to dismiss Jonathan Hayes' sexual assault lawsuit? Ancestors, I just want to thank y'all again, because I've been sending positive energy and prayers to Jonathan Hay for his justice, because once he gets justice, so many other people are going to have the courage to come forward. So again, shout out to you, Jonathan Hay. Diddy lost another legal battle when a judge rejected his attempt to dismiss Jonathan Hayes' salacious sexual assault lawsuit. Judge Michael E. Whitaker ruled against the music mogul's motion, clearing the way for the case to proceed to trial. Diddy had argued that Hay failed to state sufficient facts to support his claims, but the court disagreed completely. I mean, this man, here's the thing that I like about Jonathan. Jonathan's not like Jaguar, where he says a bunch of shit without receipts. This man has produced receipts off the rip. Like literally, off the rip. He's produced receipts. Emails, documents, evidence, something Jaguar still hasn't fucking done. So, you know, shout out to Jonathan Hay, because this is looking like a victory. And like I just said last year, Diddy, your ass is staying in jail. And I saw your funeral, and I saw you in the 5D get shanked. This is not a threat. This is what I saw in the spiritual realm. I saw a bunch of dudes surround you in jail and shank your ass. And I've seen that more than once. So I think you need to I think you are comfortable in jail. You know, after they showed that picture of you surrounded by all the inmates, and they were so proud that you're in jail with them. Talking about you giving business advice, sir. You are locked up. I don't think you have it's the audacity. How the fuck you gonna give somebody business advice and your ass landed in jail? And these dumbass niggas are sitting there cheesing all in the camera like, yeah, we in here with Diddy. Y'all do know that he likes to allegedly rape men. Remember when Ray J said, and I know niggas that like to rape niggas, and he always kept talking about his close bond with Diddy and spending the night with him, and then him and Diddy going on, oh, let me show y'all that video, taking souls. But we supposed to feel sorry for Rayford? Faking the fuck out of that health issue, and then found out today Rayford owes, who was it? I think it was American Express or Chase. He owes some credit card company 78 million, I think it was. Let's take a look. Hold up, because now my allergies. And I would love it if the weather here would stay consistent and not keep changing seasons every goddamn day. I'm just saying, everybody that I told y'all was going to get their karma in 2026 is getting it. Yeah. Meanwhile, Jay-Z's being sued. He has 4 different cases going against him right now. I told y'all last year, I saw a whole bunch of cases come. It's like everything I said, yeah, it's 70,000. Everything I said in 2025 and the end of 2024 is happening. Yeah, Ray J sued by wait a minute. American Express ain't even a major credit card, my nigga. How the fuck did you rack up $78K in American Express when the majority of the world doesn't even accept American Express? What the fuck was you spending that goddamn credit card on? Some clothes? Wasn't you on the Breakfast Club, you know, threatening Fad with getting raped and talking about how you got all these whips and all these cars? You know, it's given. It's giving. She said she was worth $5 million and got a GoFundMe. He told the whole world that he was paid and had a whole bunch of whips and cars in my mansion and my house. You, sir, that shit was probably all in Princess's name or your mama's. Cause you was also hitchhiking, looking for room and board and food. Just, what was it, a week before your heart issue that still hasn't been proven to be true. Yeah, all you niggas that was sitting up here right there with Jay-Z and Diddy, and you was the main one, free Diddy, free my nigga. Oh, the way that karma works is a beautiful thing for those who are full of shit. Now, back to this. Hey, a music producer came forward last year and revealed he was the John Doe who initially filed the lawsuit after Diddy's criminal trial wrapped. The producer claims he faced multiple disturbing incidents with the rapper, including being forced to perform oral sex on him. Pause. What people need to understand, and I am giving my live reaction to this. I am going to actually play the interview here from Real Life Street Stars that Jonathan Hay did and give my reaction. Here's the thing. Jaguar, you sang backup for Jay-Z 20 years ago, okay? 20 years ago. You sang backup for Jay-Z. MTV Unplugged, okay? Jonathan Hay actually produced multiple albums. That's why they called him a super producer. He produced music with Biggie, with Diddy, and with Jay-Z. He produced music. You sang backup a few times and claim to have all this information. And I really cannot wait for them to arrest you and interrogate you on how you know all this shit about Diddy. How do you know? Why are you monitoring videos on the dark net? How do you know about the dark coin? Why are you monitoring videos of people being sexually assaulted and videos that even you allege had children in them? How can you watch that shit? How can you call yourself a defender of freedom and an advocate for survivors, but watch that shit? Furthermore, how could you threaten your ex-husband's girlfriend and children with being raped and killed just a little over 2 years ago? You have all this information, but yet no evidence of history with these people outside of what you are saying. He's come with receipts. And also, he was Rihanna's publicist. So I think Jonathan Hay probably has a lot more experience than you do with the people you claim to be whistleblowing on. But how can you whistleblow on people that you allegedly was right there doing the shit with? See, that's that bullshit. Just like on the Morbid Melon cartoon video. And if there's time, I'll show it again tonight. When Jay-Z was like, yeah, they gave her an award for talking bad about us. Oprah, like, and how she gonna pretend like she wasn't right there with us? That's what everybody in the industry been saying, not just the music industry, entertainment too. Like, yeah, she was right there with them. That's how she know all that shit. So I'm just saying, there's a huge difference between the shit you are saying with no evidence and his with evidence. I'm just saying. Hay expressed the trauma of the alleged violation, stating he was violently violated and humiliated in ways he'll never recover from. For those that were on the blue couch, because y'all know when I watch videos, I go to the comments section. The people that was in the comments on Real Life Street Stars for Jonathan Hay's interview, talking about why is he twitching? Why is he wearing sunglasses? Why is he wearing a wig? Clearly, y'all have never ever experienced sexual abuse. You have no idea the side effects of complex PTSD, and you have no idea the side effects that happens to a person. Keep in mind, Jonathan Hay was not only, alleging to have been sexually abused by Diddy, but also the raid that happened. Y'all forgetting about that. The people that was in the comments talking shit. The man survived a raid at gunpoint with his daughter. That's like multiple trauma and traumatic events. So people that are fidgety or, they probably are dealing with PTSD. Now, I don't know. People are like, well, is he on drugs and this and that? I can't speak for that. I don't know. But what I do know, what I saw and what I felt watching that interview are the effects of trauma. Specifically sexual abuse, especially as a survivor myself, and as somebody who is also healing complex PTSD. And I have nervousness from Graves' disease, autoimmune disease I was born with that causes hyperthyroidism. It causes nervousness, anxiety, depression. It fucks everything up. There's times I'm fidgety. That's also side effects of PTSD. And then everybody that was like talking shit about the wig, they said he wearing a wig, he has on glasses again. Get the message. I love my people, but sometimes niggas, y'all be saying stupid shit. Cause it was only black people, and then y'all was trying to discredit this man cause he's white. Why are we listening to this white man on Real Life Street Stars as if Real Life Street Stars is exclusive only to black people? So because he's white, y'all don't want to believe his story, but you believe all of this shit that this motherfucker says? When there's evidence of her lying repeatedly on more people than for damn sure just me. She's been caught lying over and over and over. Been caught regurgitating content, not only from my channel, several, from Lipstick Alley, from Gene Deal. But y'all eat it up. You eat it up because she's a very convincing liar. And what I want y'all to remember is that Lucifer was a fallen angel who transformed into an angel of light of deception. She said out of her own mouth on 2 Weeks channel that she is a dark witch. A lot of us were bewitched by this motherfucker, for real. Myself included, temporarily. Till I peeped game and was like, no, I don't think this person is who the fuck they say they are, and I was right. I don't understand how y'all sit up on Real Life Street Stars, and it's always people that don't know this motherfucker, ain't never talked to this motherfucker, ain't never had no real life experience with this motherfucker that's, oh my God, and then they was just going in on John. I'm like, God damn. Can y'all get the message of what the fuck he's saying? But no, y'all just, oh, he's a white man, so I'm just saying black people do better. Do better. Because that's real crazy the way y'all believe her. And she, again, called me days before February 9th in a panic, called me directly, not a family call, one-on-one. D, I'm being investigated for grand larceny schemes on YouTube involving fundraisers, and they're trying to include Natanya Rubin, and I think they're going to include you too. Hence why she did the fuck shit she did. Because I was like, nah, I'm not defending none of that, because I wasn't a part of any of them fundraisers. And in fact, y'all didn't even do a fundraiser for me after you said 3 times you was going to do it, after y'all said y'all was going to help. And then y'all did a fundraiser and didn't even invite me. You did a fundraiser for one of our mutual subscribers and didn't invite me. Oh, no ma'am, no ham, no turkey. I'm not finna defend you and shit. Because I wasn't involved in none of that. I wasn't even invited. 3 days later, she did the bullshit. So, all I'm saying is, you believe in a liar, and then y'all sitting up here going in on this man just because he's white, because he's clearly showing signs of still dealing with complex PTSD. Y'all got to do better. Because even with evidence, y'all still don't want to believe this shit. Even when I've shown you evidence, then y'all motherfucking trolls want to come over here and talk shit. And I'm literally showing you evidence. So that means you want to be ignorant. You want to be stupid. And I don't deal with ignorant, stupid motherfuckers. I just don't. Now, according to court documents, Hay alleges that during a 2020 studio session, Diddy exposed himself and demanded that Hay touch and perform sex acts on him. Pause. Why are people acting like this ain't the first time? You know how many civil cases, criminal and civil cases are being filed against, 172 against Diddy for the same shit. So everybody's lying? Even though that motherfucker is sitting in jail right now? Everybody's lying? I don't think so. When Hay tried to turn away, Diddy allegedly pushed himself towards Hay's face and told him to suck it. I've actually heard that from several men in the industry, that this is allegedly what happened to them by Diddy. The alleged assault only stopped when a loud buzz interrupted the moment. Hay also claims that in a separate incident, Diddy masturbated onto a shirt belonging to the late Biggie Smalls and then threw it at him while saying, "Rest in peace, Big." I'm not gonna lie, I definitely believe that shit happened, especially as much as all that down low ass shit Diddy was doing allegedly with Biggie. These allegations paint a picture of repeated sexual misconduct that Diddy has consistently denied through his legal team. What's interesting is that Diddy's legal team are all on the Epstein files, especially Alex Spiro. Guess who else was on the Epstein file? Sean Perez, who was representing Ashley Parham and other victims along with Ariel Mitchell Kidd, and then they would drop the clients right before the hearing. It's very interesting. The imprisoned mogul's attorney, Jonathan Davis, released a statement saying the rapper categorically denies as false and defamatory all claims that he sexually abused anyone. Of course he's going to deny it. He's a fucking liar. Davis added that Combs looks forward to vindicating himself in court based on admissible evidence rather than speculation. I wonder what evidence Diddy's going to present to, claim that he didn't do these things to Jonathan Hay. I wonder what evidence you have, sir. The judge's decision means Hay's case will move forward, joining a growing list of hundreds of civil lawsuits against the incarcerated music executive. Diddy is currently serving a 50-month sentence at Fort Dix Federal Correctional Institute in New Jersey after his July 2025 conviction on charges of transportation to engage in prostitution. He was accepted into a drug abuse rehabilitation program and is scheduled for early release on April 25th, 2028. I would really love it if people would stop lying, saying that he's about to get out, because he's not. Reading is fundamental. Instagram dumbasses that were in the comments arguing about this earlier today. Reading is very fundamental. He's not getting out next month, you motherfucking idiots. It's 2028, and let's be very clear. He was set to get out May of 2028. He's only getting out 2 weeks early, if this even happens, because he has 172 and growing other cases against him. Sir, get very comfortable in jail, because even if they let you out, you're going to be right back in that bitch within months. And I highly doubt they're going to actually let you out. I just don't believe that. Now, this is what Jonathan Hay was speaking on. Rihanna, the shooting attempt. People are calling it an assassination attempt. In order for it to be an assassination attempt, that means they would have had to actually, you know, take a shot physically at her. But from what I researched, it looks like some woman who's a crazed fan or whatever shot at her house. But yeah, the woman's been charged with attempted murder of Rihanna. Now, one has to wonder, why Rihanna? Nicki Minaj, I can see, because I remember they shot up her house, I believe, last year. I could see because she been going in on Jay-Z and, you know, all types of shit. I could definitely see why people might pull up on her. But Rihanna has been mum's the word for shit, this whole entire situation. She hasn't said shit throughout the entire Diddy Cassie situation. She hasn't said shit about Diddy getting arrested. She hasn't said shit about the accusations against Beyonce and Jay-Z. She has remained notably and noticeably extremely quiet. And y'all remember I said, now if anybody knows a lot about Jay-Z, it's her. Now, I don't care what nobody says. I 1000% believe that her and Jay-Z was fucking. I do. I said that shit back in the day. Way before I ever had a YouTube channel. I was like, yeah, I feel like they was fucking. You know. And it would be considered inappropriate because she was only 15 when she was aligned with Jay-Z. And he was a grown-ass man. So that is another allegation of him having an inappropriate relationship with a minor, including Ramir's mom. And he got that case dismissed with prejudice without submitting a paternity test. I wonder how that happened. Allegedly, it's been said that he paid off that judge. But why has Rihanna been so quiet, and why is Rihanna being targeted? Was she gonna leak some information? We know that the story that we heard about Kathy White, Jay-Z's alleged baby mama side bitch, that she said she was allegedly going to go public about their relationship and the baby, and the next thing you know, a 28-year-old, extremely fit, I believe she was a health consultant and a model. She just has an aneurysm at 28, just like Kim Porter suddenly had pneumonia. And I showed you guys last year how an overdose of GHB can mimic pneumonia. I broke all of that shit down. I feel like maybe this is all just a distraction because, one, she's coming out with a new album. And let me show you something else that I found out happened on the same day. Yeah, because it's giving distraction is what it's giving. Because they're like, oh my God, somebody attempted to kill Rihanna. And the next thing you know, it's like, no, just some crazy bitch shot at her house. Give me 1 second. Oh, let me pull up, as I always do. Hold up a sec. Come on, hurry it up. Because let's look at the dates here. They seem to always match. The satanic ritual account. I mean, without fail, the dates always fucking match. For those that kept calling me a crazy conspiracy theorist, specifically Stone Paxton. Yeah, this happened on March the 9th. Oh, would you look at that? Okay. Y'all remember this is the date that they claim Angie Stone died, and I don't believe that shit worth a damn. I really do believe Angie Stone was abducted and was sacrificed. March the 1st. And for those that are new to my channel, let me show you. See, I have the PDF version so I can zoom in and show y'all, but let me show you this actual website. This satanic ritual calendar I found in 2018 when I was heavily researching SRA, which is satanic ritual abuse, and satanic sexual ritual abuse, and I came across this calendar. And at the time, I was like, Lord, why did you have me to find this calendar? And I did a lot of research and found out this actually originated from the Church of Satan's website. So yeah, this is, and I'm gonna put the link in the chat for those who may want to actually look at this themselves. Yep, that is when Big was shot. That's what I'm about to tie together. Biggie was shot on March 9th too. So, exposing Satanism and witchcraft, Galatians 4 and 16. Am I therefore become your enemy because I tell you the truth? Satanic ritual calendar. Satanic holy days are usually when satanic ritual abuse takes place. These are the satanic celebrations, the date, the name of the celebration, the type of ritual, the usage, and the age of the victims. So what I did, I saved it as a PDF. That way I can zoom in and show you guys things on the calendar, because of course the website version is really small to see it. Now, again, let me zoom back out so y'all can see that this is a satanic ritual calendar. Okay, it's just a PDF version so I can zoom in. For those who haven't figured it out, I'm an investigative researcher, because I research things, because I don't be believing 90% of the shit people say is bullshit. March 1st, satanic holiday, Saint Icodok, blood ritual, drinking of human blood for strength and homage to the demons. The victims are any age, male or female. After that, Ides of March, which is also, these are also the dates of Angie Stone's funerals. Why the fuck they had to have 3 funerals for Angie Stone still? It just gives satanic symbolism, because it just still doesn't make any fucking sense. But March 13th through the 15th is Ides of March, blood ritual assassination. So this happened right before, literally right before a satanic holiday where they are doing assassinations, any age, male or female, bruh. It always lines up. It always lines up with the fucking calendar. Every time. But I'm just a crazy conspiracy theorist. No, I think I'm very much on point with my research. Very much so. And this also happened on the day. Let me show y'all that. Share tab. Yeah, Biggie was killed on March the 9th. Biggie was killed on March the 9th. Jonathan Hay has a case against Diddy involving Big. I'm just saying, it all fucking lines up. And then right after that, somebody attempts to kill Rihanna. Really? But this ain't no sort of ritual, and it's right before a blood sacrifice assassination. Like, the fuck? It's always there. This is the real reason I believe these motherfuckers have targeted my channel and came over here and tried everything they could to discredit me, to slander, defame, and get me to stop, and y'all didn't do nothing but make me stronger. That's all the fuck you did. You made me go harder on the research. Now, Ivana Lizette Ortiz, 35, of Orlando, Florida. Pause. You traveled from all the way from Florida to LA to shoot a motherfucker? But she's just mentally ill, or was she paid to do it? I want to lean more towards she probably was paid. Allegedly. Yeah, so Florida appeared in court on Tuesday after shots were fired at the Starz LA home. The incident happened on Sunday afternoon when Rihanna was home with partner ASAP Rocky and their 3 young children, as well as her mother. Nobody was injured, thank God. In addition to attempted murder, police say Ortiz had been charged with 10 counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm and 3 counts of shooting at an inhabited vehicle or dwelling. The 3 shooting charges related to Rihanna's house, her trailer, which she was inside at the time, and her neighbor's property. The assault charges cover Rihanna, her family, 2 members of staff, and 2 people in the neighboring house. No other details of the incident, such as suspects' possible motivation, were discussed in court. Ortiz's lawyer, Jamarcus Bradford, initially entered a not guilty plea on her behalf, but it was withdrawn ahead of an arraignment hearing later this month. She is being held on a $1.8 million bail. The hearing took place in a courtroom just a few floors from where rapper ASAP Rocky went through a trial last year. Now, what's very interesting is that this woman's already been charged. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is giving publicity stunt, in my opinion. This is given, because I do believe, let's look it up, I do believe Rihanna's coming out with an album. It's always some, just like with Tamar. She did that bullshit with fucking I Even right when she was coming out with an album and it fucking backfired. I'm just saying, what if this is just to promote her album and to distract from Jay-Z's multiple cases that just popped up that he's facing? And those cases all involve RICO charges. RICO, money laundering, domestic terrorism, and human trafficking. All 4 cases. I keep forgetting to hit share tab. Okay. Yep. Rihanna's 9th album. I thought I heard that. Yeah, she's coming out. This was just posted on March the 2nd. She's coming out with another album. And think about this too. Out of all the women that were connected to Jay-Z, why is she the richest and the most successful? Because she's been the most quiet. The closest she came to snitching on Jay-Z was when Tyra Banks, on that interview when she first came on the scene, told her to say what Jay-Z told her about signing the contract for music or going out the window. That was the most we've ever heard her say about Jay-Z. So yeah, she is currently working on an album. Interesting that the album's called Anti. Does that stand for Antichrist? Y'all know, look, y'all know I'm gonna go for it. You know I'm gonna research it. So like I said, it's interesting that all this is happening right before blood ritual assassination. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear of another celebrity getting shot or killed. I would not be surprised at all. Not at all. Okay, so let me pull up the video so we can get right into that, because I don't want to be on this live too late because I got to get up and take care of stuff. Okay, what the fuck? All right. So, and again, all video content. Okay, what did I just see? What the fuck? I should have turned that off. That was a distraction. I just saw something on the screen that was quite disturbing. It's a cartoon, and what the fuck are they doing? Anyways, so this is the interview that Jonathan Hay just did on Real Life Street Stars, also known as the Blue Couch. Y'all know that I first reviewed Jonathan Hay's interview that he did virtually with Jaguar. And it was after that review that she came into my chat on October 20th, 2024, pretending to be, you know, supportive and love bombing and all that shit. Because at the time, like most people, I believed her. I believed that she really was a truth teller and that, you know, she was an advocate, especially having followed her on Storm Monroe's channel since 2018. And it's unfortunate because at the end of the day, it really is about the victims. It never really was supposed to be about Jaguar or anything else. It was supposed to have been about survivors, helping them heal, you know, bringing forth evidence against Diddy, bringing forth evidence against Jay-Z. You know, she kept claiming she had all these witnesses. We still ain't heard from Nan witness, not even 2 years later. It's just, again, it's interesting because Jonathan Hay came out of the gate with receipts. Because, of course, I'm always leery of everybody in the industry. I know that, you know, I don't put nothing past nobody from the industry. I know there's a lot of people that are liars. There's a lot of people that are looking for a payday. But then there are actual victims who became survivors. people who survive sexual abuse, in that you could, unless you've experienced that, you could never imagine how horrific it is when your mind replays the experience over and over and over. And y'all really don't understand how difficult it is for survivors to actually talk about what they went through. So you wonder why he looks nervous. He's reliving trauma. Literally reliving trauma. And that's why I've continued to pray for him, send him positive energy, you know, always, hey, you know, fam, I'm praying for you, like the channel, we support you. Because my thing is this, I support anyone who's a survivor until I find out they're full of shit. Once I find out a person's full of shit, I'm not gonna fuck with you no more. And that's just what it is. Because I don't do that fake ass making up shit for clout, making up shit, you know, for money. Like, there are people out here who we've really gone through this shit and it affects you for the rest of your life. There's no, like, you have to go to therapy, you have to work to get through that. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't do the work. They just walk around being fucked up. So, give me 1 second because I'm trying to find that live. Hold on. God damn, this is like super slow. Okay, let me see. No, it's way before that. God damn, you know, scrolling through my old lives, looking at how much I did support Jaguar, it's like, wow, you really shitted on everybody that supported you for real. And then when to play victim with a GoFundMe, talking about how you're being harassed as if you didn't cause all the shit that came towards you by having everybody's name in your mouth but yourself. You told on everybody but yourself. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Interesting that I also did the one about Jay-Z and Beyonce with Aleister Crowley. Yeah, this is the one. This is the live. Okay, like, hurry up. Oh, the internet is being real annoying right now. The retrograde in the internet is getting on my nerves. So I can't have more than one YouTube. I was about to say, like, god damn, come on. I can't have more than one video open. Oh, y'all gotta fix this shit. This is goddamn ridiculous how slow it is. Seriously. Because I'm trying to pause it and get to the date, and it's just doing the most. Okay. This is the interview dated, let's see, October 20th. This was the live where she came into my chat. It was way, because she always would come, even on the lives after we connected, she always would come in at the end and extend the fucking, yeah, there it is. Yep. This is the one where she came into my live. As you can see, all the supportive shit. And I was like, oh my God, Jag's in my live? Get out of here. Yeah. I love this reality. Thank God for you. I think she meant to say doing. It says dining. This is God's work. This is how she pulls people in. And then be shitting on the people that support her for real. Because Lord knows I supported her for real. With no fake nothing. Motherfuckers talking about, oh, Danny Robertson is paying deep. Again, why do y'all, I have never spoken to this person. Don't know if they're male or female. Don't even know if Danny Robertson's a real person. Because this motherfucker ain't never cammed up. Y'all really out here still saying this bullshit that Danny Robertson's paying me to talk about Jaguar? Did you not see the February 9th live? It's on her channel. Go to her channel and look up February 9th. You're going to see the shit she did on her channel. Then she went to Maggie's, except you can't see it on Maggie's because Maggie, you know, her channel's gone. And she went to Odell's doing it. Odell, I believe, took that video down. Because he realized that she could get sued, and she is. You came into my chat with this loving shit, knowing damn well you had an agenda. Because, see, you talked about everybody being on Jay-Z's payroll except for yourself. Everybody's been saying that you allegedly been on Jay-Z's payroll for years. And if it's true that real life street stars bailed you out of jail, then it makes sense why you're always doing interviews over there. And if you're always doing the interviews over there and you didn't get paid, maybe that's why you got a goddamn GoFundMe, because maybe you owe real life street stars $10K for bailing you out of jail, allegedly. But yeah, you came into my chat while you want to tell everybody that I clout chase for what? Let me tell you something, Jaguar. You know, I've asked people out here in Houston if they know you, and nobody knows who the fuck you are. I'm like, you know, Jaguar Wright, who is that? You know, she used to sing with the Roots. Who? She sang back up to Jay-Z. Who? I don't know who that is. She was on Piers Morgan. I still don't know who that is. And you be calling yourself a celebrity. Why the fuck did you come into my chat with this bullshit? I think you need to explain that. While you telling everybody I was clout chasing off of you and like I was some groupie. No, I supported you like a lot of other people believing you were an actual whistleblower, truth teller. You revealed yourself quickly within a matter of months. So I just wanted to keep showing this for those of y'all that keep coming to my chat or coming and putting comments about who's paying you. Bitch, ain't nobody paying me. Look, if somebody was paying me to talk about this shit, first and foremost, I wouldn't still be moving around between Airbnbs and hotels by myself, moving shit around when I'm not supposed to be lifting any heavy ass shit. I wouldn't still be rebuilding my life from this condition that I need colorectal surgery for. I would be up in somebody's goddamn big ass house driving a brand new car like Adrienne English did right after she collected all them goddamn donations on the Tanya Rubens channel. The bitch went out to the club the next day and posted the shit on Instagram. Talking about all these men want to fuck on us. Y'all ain't never seen me do that shit. Online or in real life, because I don't go out because I'm dealing with a whole bunch of shit with my health that I'm speaking healing over that I do need medical treatment for. You, on the other hand, that's what my GoFundMe was about. Surgery. Your GoFundMe is about some bullshit. Sitting up here lying, talking about you are targeted for intense online harassment as if you didn't do that shit to me after coming to my channel with this bullshit ass energy. Because I really believe you thought you was going to stop me from investigating Jay-Z and Diddy and all these fucking satanic ass rituals. I think you really thought you was gonna stop me from exposing this shit, and you didn't. All you did was empower me to go that much harder. So before any of y'all stupid ass Jaguar Wright Garbage Pail Clan members and motherfucking trolls come up here talking about, so who's paying you? You can kiss my black ass with your tongue out and tell me how the fuck it tastes. This motherfucker came to my channel. I did not invite her. I did not go look for her. I would support her in the chat on Storm's channel. And then when Storm put out her channel, I went and found, because her channels kept getting taken down, so I stopped even trying to find her fucking channels. I'm like, bro, every time I go find one, it's gone. When he posted about her Real Jack 77, and I went and found her channel, I'm like, all right, cool, she got an active channel. That's when I popped in her chat. That was after this. So you motherfucking right, I'm going to defend myself, and you motherfucking right, I'm going to keep investigating you, because there was no reason for you to come up in my life and in my chat and on my channel if you wasn't on no real ass trying to support me shit. And look how that shit backfired on your motherfucking ass. Now you up here on GoFundMe asking for donations for legal defense because your ass is getting sued for running your motherfucking mouth on the wrong people. Period. So sick and tired of y'all stupid motherfuckers coming up in here saying this stupid ass shit. Let me check y'all comments, because I've been sharing screen. Oh shit, there's a whole lot of comments. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh, thank y'all in the building. Look at y'all in the building. I love it. Okay, let me, oh, there's a whole bunch of comments I missed. Okay, Neptune in the building. Good to see you, my good brother. Thank you, Cody. He said, Jonathan Hague is going to open the door for many more males to come forward. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. This shit doesn't just happen to women, y'all. It does happen to men. All these people saying Jonathan Hague is lying and whoopsie whoop. How, Sway? Do you have evidence that this man is lying? Or y'all just don't want to believe it because you want to believe the bullshit that y'all act like Diddy and Jay-Z are some sort of fucking gods, and they're not. They're men who have issues, unhealed issues, in fact. So, no, you know what? Fuck you, StreamYard. They just did that, stopping the audio, so let me stop sharing. They do this shit every time. Look, StreamYard, Leor Cohen, and Jay-Z, and the rest of y'all, let me tell y'all something. You not finna stop me from exposing this shit. You can try all you might. It ain't gonna happen. Because I'm sure gonna keep speaking my truth. But yes, that's exactly what this is about. Him opening the door for other men. Hold on. Really? You know what? I keep forgetting it's also a retrograde too. Hold on. Because it had the share screen up there twice. And I don't want it up there twice. I want it up there once so we can play this fucking video. And then let me switch my banner to the copyright disclaimer as well. Because all video content we are reviewing is for the purposes of education, entertainment, investigative research. But yes, he will open up many doors for other men to come forward. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was that interview. That's why I showed that just now. That was the live reaction where I was reviewing. First, it was the one with her and Jonathan Hague, and then I was doing the one with her and Orlando Brown. She came into the live with Orlando when I was reviewing her and Orlando Brown, but Ayasha told me that she was watching that first live when I was covering her and Jonathan Hague on the blue couch. So apparently she had already been watching my channel, even though she lied during the ambush and said, oh yeah, me and Grace came across your channel. No, Ayasha told me the truth. She said, you have been watching me for 6 months before you came in my chat. She said everybody, she does that too. She'll watch you for like 6 months and then she'll pop up in your chat. So it's interesting again that you were watching me and everything I was talking about was exposing Jay-Z and Beyonce and Aleister Crowley. So again, how do we know you're not on Jay-Z's payroll? Allegedly. It's absolutely sick what they did to Jonathan Hague. Absolutely. Disgusting. He said it was Diddy and Biggie's son. Yeah, it was Diddy, CJ Wallace. Oh, and what was the other guy's name? Fuck. It's on the tip of my tongue. But basically, Diddy, CJ Wallace, I believe CJ Wallace's boyfriend and other people. Andrew, all this that you said like a year ago is now coming true. Thank you. Literally, everything I said was going to happen that I predicted has been happening. Literally. Yep. Yeah, award for talking back. That shit was funny. I need to play that Morbid Melon video again. That shit was hilarious. Andrew, you can literally see his GERD acting up from ruminating his trauma, and I could feel it. That's why I always be sending him prayers, because I could feel it. Hey, good to see you, George. Good to see you. I felt all of his emotions as a male SA survivor, and I rub my beard too when I'm nervous. I'm sitting healing to all of y'all. Matter of fact, I forgot to do the prayer. I think I'm gonna do that real quick. Anyone that's been through stuff like that has trauma. And what's funny, you guys, not funny like in a joking way, but the funny irony, Andrew's been sexually abused. Cody's been sexually abused. I've been sexually abused. Like 90% of my followers, we are all survivors of sexual abuse. That's why this shit is, when I say funny, I mean ironic, not funny. That's why it's crazy that all of this shit is happening right now. Because it's like justice and vindication for a lot of people is finally happening. Long gone. I've watched and listened to Jonathan Hague and believe everything he said happened to him. I pray he gets justice. I do too. 1000%. Him and everybody. Fundraising, wanting like 10 bands a month. Yeah. Well, according to sources close to her, they said she actually needs 25K for legal fees. So maybe she was able to raise the 9K, and that's why she's doing the GoFundMe for 16. Allegedly. Okay, no problem. I understand. I got it. Yep, definitely when Biggie was shot. I'm trying to get caught up on the comments because I didn't realize how many were in here. Thank you, Andrew. The Supermarket has tons of gifts. But yeah, one thing about me is I'm definitely not with the bullshit. I don't care what people think. I don't be with the bullshit. Yep. A lot of y'all remember that. A lot of y'all were in there. Yep. Hold on. Said, I've been said Jag was in all this and knows too much and talks too much. And you know what? I'm not sure if you've been in the chat before. If this is your first time, thank you for tuning in, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Once I started connecting all the dots, I was like, bro, there's no way. Just like the detailed shit she was saying, and if there's time, I will show that video again. And that was also on the blue couch, where you're telling in detail about the dark net and the dark web and videos being shopped and sex tapes and who's on them and how much they got sold for, and proudly saying you monitor the dark. Who the fuck does that? No one who's not involved in that shit would not ever do that. So, you know. He said, I'm back, fam. I don't think you have shared with the channel that Ayasha admitted to you that Jag watches people's channels. And, oh yeah, I just said that. Like I said, I'm getting caught up on the comments. Yeah, we all supported Jag, but she really used us, I feel. She definitely did. She definitely did. And the way that I defended her is the reason I'm doing the investigation now. Because it's like, nah, you ain't at all who none of us thought you were. When I modded on your channel, that Danny sent me lots of like hate mail. Yeah, there was a lot of people sending me a fuck ton of emails that I had to block. And then Danny Robertson sent me that email, you know, trying to bribe me with $1,000 to come to their channel and tell them how Storm Monroe AI the content, when I did a whole 5.5 hour analysis that is still public on my channel, detailing where the edits and all that shit happened. And people still keep believing, oh, Jag paid you. Jaguar Wright had no fucking idea that I was screen recording that. There was no money exchange. First y'all want to say Danny Robertson paid me. Then you want to say Jaguar paid me. Please show me some receipts of payment. Please do. Because I got all of my Cash App transactions. Show me a receipt. You ain't got none. I did that for free. I'm an editor. I'm a senior broadcast editor and a senior broadcast producer. I do editing analysis. Been doing that shit for 23 years. Voluntary at the church I was a member of, and continued after I left the church. That's why I'm so good at editing. Ain't nobody pay me for shit. I did that to support her. And honestly, that shit went viral. And it made her look good. She didn't pay me shit. I didn't ask her for payment. What I got in return for that was a wrench to moderate her channel. And then that came with a shit ton of backlash and trolls and drama. All things that my channel has never been about before she entered my chat on October 20th, 2024. Like, motherfuckers just be lying just to be lying. Me too, family, for sure. Yeah, she said on 2 Weeks channel that she was a dark witch. Again, thank everybody that's tuning in. I do appreciate it. She did spell work on us, Andrew. She did a glamour shammer. I believe that. I really do. I really do. And thank you again. Welcome to my channel, everybody that's tuning in. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And also lied on her channel. Exactly. Yep. Lied and kept lying. They didn't just do the February 9th shit. They kept doing it every week. Her and Maggie. That's why I don't feel sorry for Maggie losing her channel. Bitch, that's karma for y'all. I told you was gonna lose your channel. It's like everything I told these motherfuckers I saw in the 5D, nobody believed it. Now y'all do. Because guess what? Everything I fucking told you has happened. Maggie's channel has been terminated. So, like I said, everybody want to sit up and lie and keep saying a bunch of bullshit just because you want to believe a liar. You go right ahead and believe that liar, baby. Once I peep game, no, that's who the fuck you are, bruh. So, that's who the fuck you are. Saying you paid me to buy her cruelty-free t-shirt from Real Life, even though I had it ordered before I came across your channel. Exactly. And I didn't even know you ordered one of her shirts from Real Life Street Stars. Like, people just saying a bunch of bullshit. All right, y'all, let's get into the video. I'm gonna decrease the volume on the background music, and hold on, because this is 741 hertz music that cancels out negativity and toxicity, so we need the music, especially considering the subject. Now, if it does interfere with the video, y'all let me know. I'm gonna toggle back and forth to look at the chat. And again, fair use, given my reaction to Jonathan Hayes' most recent interview, and I believe, let me check the date on this. So I think this was just a couple of days. Yeah, this was on the 11th, so just a few days ago when this was posted. And again, shout out to Jonathan Hayes.
Comic books, sports cards, living in Louisville, Kentucky, and as soon as I get involved with the Biggie project,
y'all let me know if you can hear it okay, or if I need to turn down the background music or turn it off. If you can hear it okay, please put a 1 in the chat. If you can't, put a 2.
Everything in my life completely changes 1000%.
Real life. It ain't real life. Real life street stars. You know what time it is.
Real life street stars, man. We back in here with Jonathan. Hey, how you doing, brother?
Good. Thanks for having me, man.
Man, last time we did the interview, you said a lot of stuff, bro. You came out with, said that you were the John Doe on the paperwork.
Correct.
And then
Pause. Let me show y'all something. Where's the escape button? Okay. Because it was so many people in the comments going in about, if he's a John Doe, why is he talking now? Because he chose to come forward. Oh damn, where's the comments at? I wonder, did they turn the comments off? Interesting. Where are the comments? It's weird that they're not showing on here. Okay, well, regardless, it was a lot of people in the comment section that was going in as soon as he said that about, if he's a John Doe, why is he talking now? He's a liar. You can't be a John Doe and talk about it now. Didn't y'all sit there and listen to Jaguar talk and expose so much shit during cases? I mean, again, and I'm speaking to my people because as a melanated woman, I'm very disappointed in that. I really feel like a lot of y'all, because it was nothing but black people saying this shit in the comments. A lot of y'all discredit him because he's a male and because he's white. More people believe Little Rod's account, who had, honestly, the very similar story about Diddy assaulting him. Like, I don't understand how can he be a Jane Doe, and now he chose to put himself at risk to come forward. Like, no, let these people know it's me that's suing Diddy. And I'm gonna be honest, as somebody who again has survived sexual abuse myself, if I ever get the chance to have my ex-fiance locked up, I would. Absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't have evidence right now because that was, 20 years ago when he raped me. But if I would have not been a part of that fucking cult where that pastor, my former pastor, convinced me to not go to the police and to stay silent and let me counsel with y'all, I would have did everything Jonathan Hay is doing and more. When somebody has violated you, you absolutely have the right to put them on blast and get justice. That's the only way to stop it, is to expose it. Being silent is why it continues. So those of y'all that were trying to discredit this man's experience, I don't think you realize that you low key are like saying that you don't believe him and that you are like, you're basically defending Diddy. And what I don't understand is how any of y'all could support Diddy or Jay-Z given the allegations, accusations, and evidence that's been presented against both of them. It's just very interesting. And again, black people do better. Stop judging a person just because they're not black. Talking about he's on an all-black platform. We don't believe this white man. What the fuck? You know how many times I've dealt with racism growing up in Nebraska? So now we're doing reverse racism? You just gonna count him out because he's white? That's some bullshit. And every last one of y'all in the comment section going in on him should be ashamed of yourselves. Listen to what he is telling you. Doesn't matter that he's white. Doesn't matter because y'all like, oh, he has on a wig. He has on glasses. Let this man be who the fuck he is. How many times was Jaguar on the blue couch in glasses, drunk off her ass? On the couch with a goddamn bottle, and y'all sat there and ate up the bitch was drunk, and y'all listened to every goddamn thing she said and believed it. But you don't want to believe him? And you don't think you might be bewitched? You don't think you might be brainwashed? You might want to consider that. I'm just saying.
You went through all the stuff that happened to you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got a lot of great feedback. We got a lot of sometimes some bad feedback, but it was crazy, and I'm glad that you took the time out to share what happened to you on this platform.
Yeah.
So the first topic I want to dive into before we get into the Diddy stuff, I would like to talk about Rihanna, man. This is crazy. And for you being Rihanna's ex-published, I just want to, go through there and tell me what your thoughts about this whole thing.
That's wild that it happened. Especially like the assassination attempt, right, was on March 9th, which is the anniversary of Biggie's death. So I thought that was kind of, weird going back.
Pause. Okay, I watched this earlier, and I just now noticed that he used the terminology assassination attempt. Again, this is from the Satanic Ritual Calendar. Blood ritual assassination. Starts on March 13th, which was yesterday, through March 15th, tomorrow. I'm going to keep comparing events to that calendar because they all point to that calendar, including the fact that Biggie was allegedly sacrificed on the 9th. And then right after that, this happens with Rihanna. To me, this is my opinion and my speculation. This feels like satanic ritual, the whole thing. Now, maybe it is possibly a publicity stunt for Rihanna, doing her album. Maybe it's not. Or maybe it's a distraction from, again, all of the cases that are being brought against Jay-Z right now. Either way, it's all connecting to the Satanic Ritual Calendar, based on my research.
To always the Jay-Z and Sean Combs conspiracy that, Bad Boy's biggest artist, Jay-Z, and Diddy's best friend, Biggie, right? They're like a triangle of friendship, business partners coming up together. I just felt it was interesting that her assassination attempt was on the anniversary of Biggie's death.
Yeah.
And not to mention, Jonathan Hay again produced music with all of them. We cannot say there's any evidence of Jaguar ever producing music with anybody, but he worked closely with Jay-Z. He worked on albums and records. He worked closely with Diddy. He worked closely with Biggie. He worked closely with all of these people and many other artists. DJ Khaled, a whole bunch of RZA, a whole bunch of artists. And again, if he had way more experience with these people but hasn't said even half the shit Jaguar has said, but y'all don't want to believe him, but you believe her. Okay. I'm just saying. And Biggie's death, again, being right in between the St. Icodoc's satanic ritual holiday, where they do another blood ritual, drinking of human blood for strength and homage to the demons, any age, male or female. And then the Ides of March, blood ritual assassination. That's why I believe all of this has to do with this being one big ass ritual, in my opinion, allegedly.
It's crazy. That is crazy. Have you ever, when you were around her and stuff, did you hear about anybody like something that like that extreme happening, like people being fanned out to that point that they would try to, you know, do something to her? Has she ever got any death threats or anything like that?
Not back then, because when we were doing it, it was in her come up, and we were launching, you know, Rihanna as an artist.
Pause. For those who might be tuning in for the first time that may not know the background of Jonathan Hay and Rihanna. Jonathan Hay was Rihanna's publicist and also worked with her team on music when she first launched Ponder Replay. So again, he has way more actual real world experience with these artists that Jaguar's always gossiping about. And considering that, and that for the people who are saying he was clout chasing, if that was the case, he would have came onto YouTube like years ago telling everybody, hey, I'm Jonathan Hay, I worked with Rihanna. He came forward after having his own experience being sexually abused allegedly by Diddy. And he would come out, y'all saw it when I supported Jaguar, and talk about how, you know, Jaguar is telling the truth and blah, blah, blah. But unfortunately, a lot of events have happened that show the otherwise. A lot of questionable behavior, a lot of bullshit. Talking about you rescued women from Epstein Island with no evidence. Talking about you have all these victims and witnesses ready to testify against Jay-Z and Beyonce, and that we've never seen any of that. So again, I personally believe him way more than her, because he was intimately working with these people and he was invited to their events. That one, I forget the name of the channel. It was like I don't remember. True Citizen, something like that. The dude with the mask. And he did that interview last year. He talked about being invited, how Jay-Z invited him to an industry music party for like all the people that were doing music with him and working on the albums. And when he walked into the party, there was a gigantic Baphomet statue. And y'all remember Jaguar had a Baphomet tattoo. And she said the reason she got the tattoo was so she could gain access to venues to go in and rescue women. Again, we ain't never seen or heard from none of these women you claim you rescued. And Tammy Wallace, your first survivor on your channel that we promoted here on my channel, you bullied her, according to her. She said you bullied and threatened her, allegedly, after having her on your show, knowing that she was a survivor of sexual abuse. Again, not the behavior of an advocate or a defender of freedom, but the behavior of a bully. And the behavior of somebody who could have possibly been involved in some satanic rituals. Now, back to Jonathan, because I have to stop and give my commentary. I'm doing a reaction live.
And that, that's one of the things that I'm very proud of, that, I was on the ground floor of her career and helping break her career, right? And started off, but no, there was never any wild threats then, because she didn't reach that level of stardom that she's at now, but we're lucky that she's alive, her family's alive, the children. I mean, it's absolutely crazy, and I've heard a lot of, obviously, people were hitting me up about that, and everybody was saying Jay-Z's involved. I don't think Jay-Z has any involvement, whatsoever with Rihanna's, being shot up. Because if Jay-Z's gonna do something, he's not gonna do it with this, crazy lunatic person who's on YouTube saying, that she's hearing from Rihanna through voices and, psychosis and stuff like that.
So family, what do y'all think about that? He says if Jay-Z's gonna do something, he's not gonna use like a crazy woman. However, y'all remember Jaguar kept saying that Jay-Z starts a bunch of little fires and lets other people put them out. I feel like to one extent, this could be true, because the connections that, Jay-Z claims to have, it's like, the people who claim to be afraid of him claim that he has connections where he can just make people come up missing. That's where I do agree with Jonathan, that if Jay-Z was going to do something, I don't think he would use a woman who's already being deemed as non-credible and deemed as crazy, because he knows that, like, I just don't think it would happen. On the other hand, if he doesn't want this to be connected to him, I could see him using somebody like her. But my thing is, why would Jay-Z go after Rihanna if that was allegedly one of his bottom bitches? Because if anybody's giving bottom bitch energy the most, it's her, because she ain't saying shit. A bottom bitch ain't never finna snitch. Ever. Jaguar been snitching. Rihanna hasn't said a damn thing. Not about Jay-Z, not about Diddy. And I always paid attention to that. Like, she knows some shit, because she ain't talking. She ain't saying nothing. Like, for real. Not nothing. Andrew said... fair use for all you trolls. Thank you, Andrew. That Maggie was trying to sing? When? I did not know that. With his beginning, when he says one day you go from a nerdy, outgoing person to be an essay to your world crashing and you lose all joy in anything. Definitely sending healing to Jonathan and all survivors. Abuse happens to both black and white. Trust me. Let's just try to come together, speak out. Thank you, Andrew. That's all I'm saying. It ain't about him being white. It ain't about it being a black platform. Because to be honest, Real Life Street Stars has never said that they're an all black platform. They've never said, hey, we only cater to black people. Yes, the majority of the people that are on the blue couch obviously are black, but that doesn't mean like, oh, because there's a white guy, it just must not be true. Like, it should not have anything to do with the race. Sexual abuse is sexual abuse, no matter what fucking race or gender you are. And everybody deserves justice, straight up. Said he's not in control of her career, and it's always about... True. Okay.
I think
Thank y'all for the
hard
feedback.
For people to say that that it's Jay-Z, that it has something to do with Jay-Z. Right.
Yeah, no facts. Their relationship. Did you see this coming, that them falling off or anything like that? Could you predict that?
Now, yeah, and see, what I can say about that is, what I think is so interesting, like, over the years, when you hear all the noise about, their relationship being inappropriate and Jay-Z allegedly liking minors, And I mean, millions and millions of people have heard the rumors all over the world. They've seen the video about not letting her out of this meeting, or they're gonna throw her out the window.
Right.
You know, all the different things about Jay and Rihanna. And not one time has she came out and denied and stopped those rumors from happening, which I don't know if that's telling. I don't know what that is.
Pause. Me personally, y'all know I said before I felt like that was telling. Any person that does not come and defend themselves against allegations like this, it's usually because there's some truth to it. Like, think about it. Jaguar went on Piers Morgan. Matter of fact, right before she came into my chat, it was like the week before, she went on to Piers Morgan and said all that shit about Jay-Z and Beyonce, and immediately their attorney contacted Piers Morgan like, yo, you got to take that shit down or else they're going to sue you. Think about that. They immediately responded specifically to Jaguar Wright's allegations about them being a nasty couple and holding people against their will and putting people on planes unconscious like Aaliyah. How they're a nasty little couple. So if he came out that quick with the attorneys, again, he didn't come directly for Jaguar. He came for Piers Morgan for having her on the platform. Why the fuck he didn't say shit about the rumors about him and Rihanna? Maybe, just maybe, because the rumors were true, allegedly. And again, shit, I remember hearing about that when she first came on the scene. They're like, oh, that's Jay-Z's new side bitch. Everybody was saying that. He got a young new side bitch. And she's from Barbados, and she has an accent, and she can sing, and she's pretty. What's another thing that we know about minors in Barbados? A lot of child pornography, a lot of child prostitutes. Not alleged. I've done the research. Now, the allegations that Rihanna came from poverty and that allegedly she was a sex worker, that has not been substantiated, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised, because allegedly the rumor is that she was trafficked to Jay-Z because he knew her and her family were poor, and he knew her to be an alleged child prostitute. Now, again, those are rumors. I'm honestly still researching that to find out if that rumor is true. But one thing about it is, did he have Rihanna sign 5011 NDAs? Or has Rihanna been silent because she's afraid of him? Keep in mind what the man said to her upon meeting her. There's only two ways out of this room. Either we don't sign artists, like he's like, we don't sign songs or whatever, we sign artists. Either you're gonna sign and go out that front door, or you're gonna go out the window and we're on the 29th floor. Who tells a 15-year-old who just traveled across the world to meet them that? And even when Tyra made her say it, she was like nervously laughing, like, oh my God, don't make me say this. I think Rihanna's terrified of Jay-Z. I think Rihanna has probably witnessed some things that made her super scared. And then there are also the allegations that allegedly he was the one that hit her and not Chris Brown, allegedly. What if she was groomed through abuse to shut the fuck up and not say anything? And that's the reason she's been so quiet this whole time. If I just don't say anything, me and my family will be safe. Now all of a sudden there's a shooting attempt. Did Rihanna threaten to say something like Kathy White allegedly did? Because again, why Rihanna, who's been quiet this entire time? Or again, is this a distraction from all the cases that are currently being brought against Jay-Z, Sean Carter, for multiple counts of RICO, wire fraud, child trafficking, human trafficking, misappropriation of funds. I mean, just matter of fact, the same shit he accused Jason Lee of doing, and now Jason Lee is out doing his thing. It's just funny. It's funny how all these things are unraveling right before our eyes.
I just find it very, very fascinating because she could come out and say, Jay-Z was never inappropriate with me. Jay-Z was never this. Jay-Z was never that. There was never anything going on. But she's never done that.
So,
And it's not like it would bring attention to it. You know, like a lot of people in publicity world, they don't want to bring attention to it by addressing it. It's already out there. I feel like it's something at this point that needs to be addressed. You know, when Tony Busby did those...
And that's what I'm saying. Think about this. Neither Jay-Z nor Rihanna have ever come forward saying those allegations aren't true. But again, they was on Piers Morgan's ass immediately after Jaguar said that shit. But neither one of y'all ever came forward and said, no, these allegations about us having an alleged affair, alleged relationship aren't true. What they did do, according to Jonathan Hay said that he was told to go public and say that he lied about their alleged relationship because they threatened his career. Interesting. Things come out. You don't address the issue at hand. You address people that are tied to what's being said. Just like he didn't come directly for Jaguar and say, hey, I'm suing you for defamation and slander. He threatened Piers Morgan. I think the real reason Jay-Z is avoiding Jaguar is because there is some truth to some of the things that she has said. I think she exaggerates shit and probably adds on, and then also, omits her alleged involvement with him. It's interesting, like Jonathan Hay just said, that neither one of them, Jay-Z or Rihanna, have never addressed the rumors. Like, I'm gonna just ignore it, it's gonna go away. Not really. Not in this day and age with social media. No, they gonna remember that shit. And they're gonna remember how neither one of you tried to defend yourselves, which in my opinion makes you look guilty as fuck. Cause just like I did, when they started doing that bullshit last year, oh no, I went immediately the next day and defended myself. And fuck all of y'all that participated in that bullshit. So far, I'm gonna be honest, Jonathan Hay has been the most credible person that's come forward with these allegations because he's come forward with receipts and evidence. And I'm always going to be inclined to believe somebody who comes with evidence over people that just say a bunch of shit with no facts whatsoever.
The lawsuit against Jay-Z, a year and a half ago, Jay-Z put up on his Instagram how he denied anything inappropriate had ever happened with her, and whatever.
Right. Why did it take Tony Busby? You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, why did it take Tony Busby for Jay-Z to finally defend himself? Is it maybe because he knows that there could be evidence out there supporting the allegations, allegedly? Because that's definitely what I've been told by sources. That he's aware that there's evidence that can put him away, allegedly. I was also told that the reason he ignores Jaguar is because he just wants her to go away. He's just kind of tired of her bullshit, allegedly. What's also interesting, those of you that watched that recent interview with Jaguar on the Blue Couch, at first I wasn't going to watch it, but now that some of y'all have told me about it, I am going to go watch it. Because allegedly she said she's bored with the Epstein files and the stories about all the victims. Isn't that interesting for someone who, again, claims to be a defender of freedom and an advocate for survivors? How the fuck do you get bored with stories? You know why? Because they're not directly about you. It's like, oh my God, give me back all the attention. I don't want to talk about this anymore. How many times did she do that when we were on panel together, me, her, and Odell? When we wasn't talking about her, oh, it was always some drama. Or she had to jump off panel. And then when me and Odell were breaking down the gematria with Whitney Houston's death. out the blue. Oh, Danny Robertson said me, you, and Odell had a threesome. What the fuck? We've never met in real life. Y'all are not my type as a couple. Like, it's always like, if the attention's not on her, she doesn't give a shit. Again, I'm pointing out characteristics. That's your character, motherfucker. You don't actually care about survivors. You just use that topic to clout chase and to get, you know, people to donate to you and send you cash apps and, you know, all of that shit. It's called scamming. Okay? That's scamming 101.
He said that he put up some kind of, you know, random post. He spoke about it. Like, why hasn't he spoke about these things where people call out him with Rihanna, Foxy Brown,
Aaliyah,
yeah, and the list goes on.
Yeah, Aaliyah right. Too.
So, back in the day when you were dealing with Rihanna, did she ever mention this JC stuff to you, or would she ever talk about it?
No, she was a brand new artist, right? So yeah, we didn't have that kind of relationship. I'm working with, you know, the producers and the label Def Jam. I'm working with the marketing. We're not working with her direct. And when I first got involved with Rihanna, she was 16. As I said before in one of our things with like that we did with Jaguar, is that
okay. The more than likely the real reason he probably hasn't pulled up in person is for his safety. Think about it. He's speaking out against Diddy. Diddy was in Dallas. Ironically, at the same time Jaguar was in Dallas. Go figure. If I was Jonathan, I wouldn't pull up there in person either. Because think about who he's exposing. Not to mention, he's also been exposing Jay-Z's alleged attraction to cross-dressers, to drag queens. So, I think it's very smart for him to do everything virtually. And then also keep it in mind, Jonathan Hay, and he's going to talk about it as this video continues, the harassment and the people stalking him and his wife. Keeping in mind also, he survived that raid where his house was raided at gunpoint when he started speaking out against Drake. It makes perfect sense for him to do all of these interviews virtually for his own safety. Yeah, exactly. That's my opinion. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. And then on top of that, he doesn't live anywhere near Texas. So it's like, why spend money to travel to go somewhere where you may or may not encounter some people? Because again, Diddy was in Dallas, so you know he's got people in Dallas. Like, I wouldn't pull up. If I was Jonathan Hay, I wouldn't pull up there either.
I mentioned how it was strange that I knew about her project. We had the press release done when she was 16 years old, but they would not let me put it out until March when she was 17. Right, she had just turned 17 for 2 weeks. Looking back at that, I think that's a very interesting thing, because we were set up to come out, you know, before then, like the original producers and the original team, but they wanted to wait until she was 17.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then also I did, yeah, of course I heard rumors. I told you, like, there was like a hip hop task force that we were stopped by. That they were investigating Jay-Z. So that was weird. So
pause. So okay, they got the album ready when she was 16. According to him, Jay-Z and them made them wait until she was 17. And then he was being investigated back then for inappropriate relationships with minors. And y'all don't want to believe Ramir's story? When the man refused to do a goddamn paternity test, further making him look guilty. Again, it seems like Jay-Z has allegedly an affinity for young girls and boys, allegedly, and that he also... Now, there's nothing wrong with you liking drag queens. Hell, I love drag queens. I go to drag shows, drag king shows. This shit is dope. There's nothing wrong with that. Live in your truth, though. Okay? Live in your truth and stop acting like you only like women when allegedly you're bisexual. But Even that, as an adult, it's okay for you to be attracted to somebody of the same sex, but messing with minors sexually is definitely not okay, ever. And it doesn't matter that you are a big rapper in the industry and you're wealthy and you're this and you're that. If you're an adult messing with a minor, that's called pedophilia. It's not okay. It's disgusting. And no, it should not be swept under the rug. Even people are like, well, you know, her parents pimped her out to Jay-Z. Let's just play devil's advocate and say that that's true. Does it make it right for Jay-Z to allegedly have sexual relationships or romantic relationships with minor girls? Why did all of these women come to him when they were adolescents, when they were teenagers? Jaguar said that she entered the music industry, she was 13. They said that Jay-Z started talking to Beyonce allegedly when she was 16. He got hooked up with Aaliyah when she was around 15 or 16. He got hooked up with Rihanna when she was 15. He got hooked up with Foxy Brown when she was 14. And allegedly, he fucked them all. Allegedly. And then you're in the Epstein files tens of thousands of times, you and Beyonce. And you're named by another alleged victim saying that she was raped on Epstein Island and she woke up in a room with you and Harvey Weinstein, who also had an affinity and was arrested for sexually abusing minor girls in purpose of a feather flock the fuck together. Ain't nobody believing, Jay-Z, that you innocent. I don't believe that shit. I've been talking about your ass on Facebook since 2013. Exposing the satanic connection between you and Aleister Crowley, your mentor, Mr. Do As Thou Wilt, which is why I keep picking that picture for the thumbnail that I edit. With Baphomet, there as well. Since you had a big ass Baphomet statue at your industry party. So again, you've done way too many things that make you look guilty as fuck. And I cannot wait for your ass to go to jail. Because it's going to happen. At least probably by 2027 at the latest.
It's always been, that issue right there has always been a very, very, strange thing. But he's never been charged. Nothing's ever happened. Nobody's ever came out and spoke about it. So at this
And what's so crazy is that's what everybody was saying in the comments on Instagram. Y'all want this man to go to jail so bad, and he's never been charged. A man who has money to allegedly pay off judges would not ever have been charged. Rhaenyra produced evidence, and they dismissed his evidence in court. And the next thing you know, people were calling for Jay-Z to do that paternity test. He refused. And then out of nowhere, we hear the case has been dismissed with prejudice, which means that Rhaenyra can't bring it back to court, not for a civil litigation, but he can for criminal charges of RICO. And sex trafficking and statutory rape, because his mother was allegedly 16 when she got pregnant by Jay-Z. That's statutory rape, for those who don't know. And allegedly transporting his mother back and forth between Philly and New York is where the RICO comes in. And the sex trafficking allegations. I really hope, Rhaenyra, I hope you're watching, and I hope you continue, because one thing I know is that I seen Jay-Z not only get locked up in jail, but a whole bunch of cases like this, opened the door for a bunch of cases to come towards him, just like what happened with Diddy after Cassie.
Point, it's just speculation.
Speculation. As a publicist, do you think that they handle Beyonce well? Because they never have her say anything. So can you explain the thought process as you being a publicist behind dealing with Beyonce and her never going on the record saying anything.
That's like the old school way, right? Like the new school's people, the new school's people, they're speaking out. The artists and the celebrities, they're speaking out. They're using social media and everything else. They act like, you know, the royal family. They don't speak out about anything. I think that's very old school and very dated. I think they do need to address these things head on.
I want to pause and address him touching himself, because that was something a lot of people in the comments were constantly going in on. Matter of fact, let me just show y'all instead of talking about it. Okay, PTSD symptoms include flashbacks, nightmares, severe anxiety, and negative changes in mood, which can significantly impact daily function. Nervous tics, such as involuntary movements or sounds, can also arise from anxiety and stress, potentially linked to conditions like PTSD. Wait, go back. Oh, the internet. Good Lord. Yeah, PTSD, as well as complex PTSD, can significantly impact the lives of individuals who experience them. Symptoms including the manifestation of tics and all of that. So, again, here we go. Here's a good breakdown. Symptoms of PTSD: tics, twitching or jerking movements of the limbs or facial muscles. Vocal tics, such as grunting, coughing, or throat clearing. Grimacing or other facial expressions, repetitive blinking or eye movements. That's probably why he has on fucking sunglasses. To hide that, because he's probably embarrassed about it. Head or body jerks or sudden movements. So I needed to show people that because I was really disturbed as somebody who is also healing complex PTSD as a result of sexual abuse and abuse as a child. I go through this shit. And then being born with Graves' disease, the autoimmune disease that causes hyperthyroidism, that caused me to have thyroid cancer twice. The same condition Wendy Williams has, that causes nervousness, anxiety, you know, issues with your central nervous system, your focus. That's why y'all be like, oh, she's ADHD. And like, people who have survived trauma, especially more than one experience of trauma, more than one experience of sexual abuse, such as I have, we can understand why he's like this. But all of you heartless motherfuckers in the comments, oh, he must be on drugs. Oh, he must be crazy. You must be uneducated about the actual severity and the long-term effects of PTSD and the long-term effects of surviving sexual abuse. So I just felt like, let me just briefly educate you stupid motherfuckers so you can maybe understand why he's doing all of this shit here. Those are results of trauma. Go figure.
Always. Why wouldn't they? They never spoke. They never spoke about Sean Combs, and Sean Combs is an integral part of Jay-Z's life and business and career.
That's also extremely telling. I remember saying that. How come Jay-Z up here telling people he don't know Diddy after Diddy got arrested and went to jail? But before that, your kids were calling him uncle and you were calling him brother. Then all of a sudden you didn't know him. You and Beyonce ain't say shit about none of the, allegations about him getting arrested, about nothing. Because maybe, just maybe, both of y'all were afraid that y'all were next, which now you are. Which is something else I predicted and called at the end of 2024 and during 2025. If there's any DzPeepz on this live that remembers that, please just put a Y in the chat for confirmation for those who still want to question my psychic abilities. Every goddamn thing I told y'all was going to happen has been happening. And it's going to continue. And these people are going to be held accountable because it is the Most High God that is exposing them. The people are just vessels. It's God exposing this to stop it. And it is going to stop. They're not going to keep getting away with this shit.
They act like he never existed.
They act like he never existed. And if that's the case, then why not say something for the alleged victims?
Exactly. Why does Jay-Z and Beyonce act like that he never existed? And why the fuck have y'all never, ever defended any fucking victim that's came forward? Not even Cassie, bro. Beyonce got people doing church masses, worshiping her, literally. Oh, there's somebody in the chat that don't believe. Let me show you. Because y'all don't know that I can hear thoughts and read people's souls. She just hating on Beyonce. No, baby, I'm a researcher and you're not. Beyonce mass. Let me show you the sheer idolatry. Yeah. This is the church where they do worship service. Beyonce mass. I covered this, about a week ago, I believe. I showed y'all the video of them doing worship service, singing all of her songs. Yeah. But this is not extreme witchcraft that's going on in this industry. Beyonce Mash, a womanist worship service. How black women find their voice, represent the image of God. So Beyonce's God? His mail order bride? She's God? Okay. See, this is all satanic as fuck. That's blasphemy at the highest order. Literally, that's blasphemy. You're worshiping a person as a god who's the wife of the man who sat under Aleister Crowley as a mentee, the founder of the Church of Satan, Mr. Do As Thou Wilt himself. And then you wonder why the fuck I'm investigating all this shit. Yeah, Exodus 20, 3 through 5. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them. For the Lord your God, I am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. Generational curses. Definitely, I'm praying for all their kids. Now, I already told y'all that I saw in the future where Blue is going to expose Beyonce specifically and her dad once she's grown. This is idolatry. This is blasphemy. You're using a church. This is why I don't fuck with churches or religion. You have to know who God is for yourself, outside of everybody. And when I died and went to heaven, I found out God is not a man nor a woman, has no humanity whatsoever. God is everlasting energy, frequency. Energy, no humanity. There is no right man sitting on the right-hand throne of God in heaven. That does not exist. That was a lie that they told you to condition your mind so that you'll keep giving your money to a church who gets grants through their 501(c)(3). This bullshit is why God is bringing them down as a couple. Because ain't no fucking way they should be worshiping a bitch in a goddamn church. Period. She's a fucking witch. Her and her mama. And y'all worshiping her? The fuck? But calling yourselves Christians and all this other bullshit? Y'all can kiss my black ass. Ain't no such thing. Ain't no such thing. Beyonce Mass. Referring to her as a god? Really? But y'all don't want to believe Jonathan Hay? Okay.
Or Cassie or somebody. Like, they just, split the middle. So their approach to everything is, I feel, is very dated, and I feel it's just led to more questions and speculations, which is definitely hurting both their careers, without question.
And that's where I 1000% agree with him. They was posting about how Beyonce loses 10 million followers amid Jay-Z being named in the Epstein files. Baby, you know how much information has not been released? You know how many files have been redacted? You know how many classified files we have not seen? It's interesting. Mum's the word with Beyonce and Jay. Outside of Pierce Morgan and then Tony Busby, because those were such large, that shit went viral. That's why he addressed it, because it went viral and people started believing it. Then all these stupid motherfuckers in the chat on Instagram. Y'all just trying to bring a wealthy black man down. Baby, if it was your daughter that he said you either sign this contract or you go out the window, I don't think you'd be defending that motherfucker the way you are now. And guess what? All you motherfuckers defending Jay-Z, he don't even know you. And literally, what has Jay-Z done for the black? Let me just pause right quick. I need one black person listening to this lie to tell me what the fuck Jay-Z has done for you as a great black man, since y'all want to worship this nigga. Has he helped you with any bills? Has he put food on your table? Has he come and shown you any sort of support? No, because he don't know who the fuck you are. But y'all want to sit up here and defend this nigga all on Instagram. Oh, well, he, you know, and they're just jealous, and they're just this, and you're just fucking brainwashed. You're just fucking brainwashed. The same way these people are to be worshiping this motherfucker in a goddamn church. The church she paid for, by the way. She paid for this church. Interesting. That they ain't got shit to say now that shit is hitting the fucking fan.
And then Nicki Minaj she's coming in and tearing the whole thing down. She's the biggest threat to Jay-Z and Roc Nation.
Right. So what's your thoughts on her, Nicki?
I love Nicki Minaj. I think it's amazing what she's doing. I think how she's utilized, you know, the President of the United States and the White House.
Hold up. Now, I like Jonathan, but as a black female, I have to disagree. Nicki Minaj, as a black woman, she shamed our entire race doing that shit with Trump. She made an ass out of herself. She did. Thinking that this man, just like with Jaguar, that if she cooned for his ass, if you went and cooned for Master Trump, that he would give her husband a pardon, because her husband is also facing a 25-year sentence for not registering as a sex offender. Her husband, who was convicted and arrested for raping and torturing 14 and 15-year-old young girls. She married him knowing that. And her brother also was arrested for raping young girls. So I cannot agree with you on this one. Now, I can see from a PR perspective why he would say this. She's utilizing the president. She's getting a lot of clout. But she is doing so much damage to our community that it's ridiculous. Not only that, Nicki Minaj has spewed a fuck ton of homophobic and transphobic rhetoric since she aligned with Trump, who also does that. I can't stand for that as a woman who's part of the LGBTQI community, because I am openly bisexual. I can't agree with you here. I don't think her using the president, and let's be clear, the president is using her to get the black vote. There's so much evidence. Ever since she aligned with Trump, like 98, well, I wouldn't say 98, I would say like maybe 85, because a lot of her followers did unfollow her because we don't fuck with Trump. But the ones who are blindly following her were like, oh my God, the black people, I'm gonna go be a Republican. That motherfucker in office does not care about black people at all. And how many black people has he used as coons to get the black vote? Waka Flocka Flame, who, you know, as an artist was garbage. Then he tried to, you know, the whole clout chasey thing with Jaguar, because at the time she was trending, and then fell off. So since she fell off, then it was Candace Owens, and then when Candace Owens fell off, now it's Nicki. He uses black people, and they coon when they think that they're going to either get a pardon or some money, or just clout. Because Nicki let's be real, she don't need Trump. She had plenty of clout before she started aligning. In fact, her aligning with Trump made her lose credibility in the black community. A lot of black people ain't fucking with Nicki no more. And what's also funny is how Trump turned on her immediately when she went public, you know, showing that gold Trump citizen card, and he went public and said that's not even legal, and we all fucking knew you don't get citizenship from Trump giving you a golden ticket looking like some shit from the Willy Wonka movie. Cause I've got a golden ticket. Don't nobody give a fuck. That doesn't grant you permanent citizenship in this country. And then he went on to slam you after that. Go figure. And then all of his people were thinking that your music was Cardi B's. They thought you put out the WAP. And they were like, oh, we don't like her. She's vulgar. So I like you, Jonathan, but I gotta disagree with you here. Because nah, Nicki doing that shit with Trump was horrible. It was the worst shit the black community did not fucking need at all. Let me look at y'all's comments real quick. Okay, y'all said y'all can hear it. Okay, good. Andrew, so do you think if you pull up on the blue couch, you'd be safe? Baby, I'm safe wherever I go. Any energy rising up against me will fall by the wayside immediately and be destroyed. And chaos and confusion will come about their lives, and death and hell will follow their evil intentions back to them. Somebody can pull up if they want to. I guarantee you, if you try to come against me to do me any harm, my ancestors will kill you on the way. It won't be me, it will be them. And then keeping in mind, I want to clarify, Real Life Street Stars did not ask me to come to the blue couch. My business associate told me about the concert that they're doing in April, and he asked me if I wanted to go and perform. And he's, you know, in good with the Real Life Street Stars people. So, if I go, I'm not going by myself. That's number one. And to be honest, y'all, they don't have a motive because they didn't invite me directly. Again, it was my business associate that invited me to go perform on the blue couch. So I'll be fine. If I do go, trust me when I say I'll be fine. Cody said, thank you for reading that, because Jag came for my facial tics. It's nothing we can help. Exactly. After she drugged me for fills on February 9th through, I think it was March, the last live they did, I think, was on March. It was like for damn near a month. It was like the beginning of March. She came for Cody and was talking about he was a drug addict because of his facial tics when he was on panel with me. Cody is also a survivor of sexual abuse, and Cody is trans. So before Cody transitioned to being male, Cody was raped more than once when Cody was female. So again, how are you making fun of survivors of sexual abuse, Jaguar, but calling yourself an advocate and a defender of freedom, right? Andrew said, you know, it's been said Big didn't like Jay. I'm not surprised at that. And then once Big was gone, Diddy and Jay got closer. That's telling, because people said that Diddy and Biggie were allegedly secret lovers. And then I did that short of, you know, them being all extra touchy feely and everybody like, bro, that's suspect. So I mean, it kind of makes sense, just like with Rihanna and with Aaliyah. Aaliyah was a threat allegedly to Beyonce because Jay-Z was in love with her. The next thing you know, Aaliyah's put on a plane unconscious and she's just gone. And it was said that Aaliyah was also about to expose shit about the industry, and that it included Jay-Z and R. Kelly and Diddy and Clive Davis and all them. The next thing you know, she's gone. So I'm just saying. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. Thank you for your energy. So, okay, let's go back to the video.
It's just truly unbelievable, right? Like, you can't... Nicki Minaj is not stupid at all. She's strategic, she's methodical, and, you know, she's getting it done. You know, Jay-Z is going after, like, all these... And Jay-Z and Roc Nation are going after all these people on Twitter and these influencers over the Desiree Perez case, you know, which I don't know.
Pause. Let me show y'all that. I think I saved the link. Hold on. Here it is. Yep. Jay-Z and Roc Nation. This is another case that he's, you know, being involved in. Yeah. This was just published yesterday. Jay-Z's Roc Nation and its shady business entertainment company or criminal syndicate. A newly filed lawsuit accuses current Roc Nation CEO Desiree Perez and Jay-Z's company Roc Nation of numerous illegal acts, including racketeering. The 64-page complaint was filed in federal court and makes a point to highlight Perez's conviction for cocaine trafficking. Pause. Y'all remember when he did that bullshit ass pre-roll joint with that mid-grade ass weed that didn't stay lit, and he was selling them hoes for $50, and any nigga on the street know ain't nobody finna fuck with that shit. Interesting that your CEO was convicted for cocaine trafficking. And you had all them songs about all the bricks you used to move, but you didn't know that a $50 pre-rolled joint wasn't going to bring you any sort. I mean, hell, nigga, let me not say too much. If you know, you know. I'ma leave it at that. Anyway, in status as a convicted felon. So pause. Your CEO of Roc Nation was convicted for cocaine trafficking, is a convicted felon, and they were still CEO. Okay. Again, look what they said. How Perez ended up as a Roc Nation CEO seems to be yet another mystery. Maybe because they was in on the shit together and niggas was splitting the profits, allegedly. The lawsuit alleges that Desiree Perez engaged in a campaign of illegal acts against her own daughter, utilizing the resources of Roc Nation. Pause. Let's do a comparison right quick. Yeah, this is sounding a whole lot like this case. And this was published on July 25th of 2025. You know what? I don't care. Get the fuck off my screen. Thank you kindly. Jay-Z faces legal battle in Patel versus Dorsey over CASHAPP, bro. Here he is again with them ugly ass, Timu ass fucking dreads that don't match his nappy roots. Do better, Sean Carter, because you got too much money to be looking a hot mess in the media. Sean Carter, better known as Jay-Z, has built a legacy. Hold on, y'all. Oh, gross. If the weather would be consistent here in Houston, my sinuses will thank you. I'm tired of it being summer as hell one day, 88 degrees, and then in the 40s the next. Okay, my immune system will thank you. Now, Sean Carter, better known as Jay-Z, has built a legacy. Bullshit. Let's get past that. On February 5th, 2025, a shareholder lawsuit filed in California accuses the rapper and other Block Incorporated directors of allowing CASHAPP, a popular payment platform, to become a hub for illegal activities, including money laundering, sex trafficking, and terrorism financing. Oh my fucking God. Doesn't that sound just like this? But everybody's lying on Jay-Z. You got all these cases against you. And I do remember saying that at the end of 2024, because I had all these premonitions. I said, this man's being investigated for a whole bunch of shit that y'all are about to find out about in 2025. And do these not say 2025? Okay? Okay. Same exact cases, sir? Same exact allegations? Really? But you innocent, everybody lying on you. Again, a lot of shit is distractions from what's really going on with him. The case Patel versus Dorsey has thrust Jay-Z and Block co-founder Jack Dorsey into a high-stakes courtroom battle with serious implications. The plaintiff, Viraj Patel, a Block Incorporated shareholder, filed the suit in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California. Known as a shareholder derivative suit, it seeks to hold the company's directors accountable for alleged failures that hurt Block's value. The complaint targets Jay-Z, Dorsey, and 13 other current and former board members and officers, claiming they breached their fiduciary duties, obligations to act in the company's best interest by neglecting oversight of CASHAPP's operations. The lawsuit paints a grim picture. It alleges CASHAPP was exploited for a range of criminal activities: money laundering, child abuse, sex trafficking, drug trafficking. Oh, pause. That's verbatim what they said in this one. What? Yeah. Cocaine trafficking. 2 different cases. But everybody lying on you. Nigga, no. They telling the goddamn truth. Sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and even funding terrorist groups. According to the complaint, Block's leadership ignored clear warning signs and misled shareholders about the app's safety and compliance with anti-money laundering laws. These failures, the suit argues, expose the company to regulatory penalties and reputational damage, a risk that's already hitting hard. Jay-Z joined Block's board in 2021 after the company acquired Tidal. For those who don't know, let me show you what Tidal is. See, because I know there's new people on here that I need to educate right quick. Oh yeah, and then Nicki also said that Jay-Z owed her $200 million from Tidal. So yeah. Oh God, holy, get off my screen, the fucking cookies. Jay-Z reportedly finalized his Tidal sale to Jack Dorsey for $302 million. Notice how he sold the shit. Because he knew what was coming. As a director, Jay-Z was expected to help oversee corporate governance, including compliance with legal standards. Oh, child. Like I said, this man is being investigated. I mean, every fucking thing I told y'all has happened. Boy, I'm telling you. Boy, I am telling you. Hold on. I'm sorry, fam. Because I know how hard dabs be hitting. It's my bad. I didn't mean to make you be choking. For real, because I got a golden ticket. Cooning looking ass with your stupid ass, Nicki Minaj, you dumbass bitch. My bad, fam. Oh my God. That was in the Morbid Melon Halloween video. Yep. I've been subscribed to them. And like I said, if I have time, I'll show that video before I end the live, because that shit was hilarious. And I have you play on the TV while on the computer. So that's what's up. Good, because I know your laptop be tripping sometimes. The Most High is an energy. Exactly. Yeah, because Andrew's also died and gone to heaven. He knows. God ain't no man or woman, it's energy. So yeah, when Jonathan Hayes talking about the Desiree Perez case, this is what he's talking about. So yeah. The lawsuit alleges that Desiree Perez engaged in a campaign of illegal acts against her own daughter, utilizing the resources of Roc Nation. This includes allegedly engaging in racketeering and a conspiracy to illegally wiretap and plant a hidden camera in order to illegally surveil the plaintiff. The worst allegations center around an attempt by Perez to Baker Act her daughter, similar to a 5150. So again, you know, this is interesting. The lawsuit filed by Perez's own daughter have many questioning why Roc Nation's leadership has such strong connections to alleged criminal acts, and more specifically, drug trafficking, opioid trafficking. So now we're talking about opioid and powder trafficking. Really? You trafficking the powder and the bars, nigga? The fuck? And you didn't think you was gonna get caught? Another Roc Nation whistleblower exclusively revealed to us just days ago that Jay-Z was going to invest in recently indicted music streaming fraudster Michael Smith's medical clinics. Was there a connection between opioid trafficking and Michael Smith's access to industry? I mean, come on now. It's kind of obvious right the fuck there. I'm just saying. Michael Smith is currently being repped by Diddy's attorneys Anna Estevio and Justine Harris. And there go Jay-Z with DJ Khaled, Fat Joe, and Diddy. All men who allegedly were having all-male sex parties, also according to Jonathan Hay, during the time that he was producing music with them. It's kind of funny how all y'all standing there looking like a bunch of down-low-ass niggas. That's just my opinion saying that shit. Jay-Z has his own shady history, as Norwegian newspaper Dagens, I can't pronounce that second last name, has stated Jay-Z is known for dealing crack as a teenager and stabbing a record producer in 1999. God damn, you stabbed somebody? Really? Now, the dealing crack, probably you might have did that, allegedly. But you stabbed a record producer in 1999? Ain't that the same year that Natanya Rubin says she was shot in the face by Diddy and goddamn J-Lo? But y'all not the same? Okay. Roc Nation's shady business. The onslaught of allegations of wrongdoing by Jay-Z's Roc Nation seems to grow by the day. We previously wrote about the multiple accusations against Roc Nation and their attorney, Alex Spiro, who also, or Spyro, whatever, who also represents Diddy. And yeah, he represented Diddy in the Cassie case, being directly involved in the wrongful incarceration of Tory Lanez. Lane's father has been a vocal whistleblower against Spiro and Roc Nation. Spiro, you look like a pedophile. That's just my opinion. You do. The eyes say it all. Roc Nation attorney Alex Spiro, whatever, has a long shady history of outrageous conduct and alleged to be involved in efforts to silence victims on behalf of former client Harvey Weinstein. Again, Spiro, you're representing all the wrong fucking people. Obviously for the right reasons and probably the right money. And lawyer Lisa Bloom, the Fixer attorney, is also said to have impersonated law enforcement, and actually he's being sued for that as we speak. Many of the claims against Spiro seem to echo the allegations set forth in the lawsuit by the Roc Nation CEO's own daughter, where conspiracy is alleged. What's interesting is that her husband kind of looks like Jay-Z. So yeah, the worst allegations against Jay-Z and Roc Nation center around the alleged murder of Jay-Z's former bodyguard, Uncle Ron. I remember that. I remember when that happened and when that man was speaking out against Jay-Z and all of a sudden he turned up dead. The harrowing video below was made after Uncle Ron was violently attacked after speaking out about Jay-Z, Sean Diddy Combs, and others. Uncle Ron died shortly. And I remember when they took this video down, because I remember when I fucking seen it, and then all of a sudden it was gone and the account was gone, which was extremely fucking telling. So yeah, Jay-Z, like I said last year, your ass is going to jail. And God is uncovering all the shit that you thought you were hiding. You can't hide no more, my nigga. Seriously, you can't. You're done. You are fucking done, and so is Beyonce.
Much about, but Nicki Minaj is the one that's got the president's ear and the White House and the Department of Justice, you know, which controls the FBI and the police. If something were to happen to Jay-Z, it would be because of Nicki Minaj, because she is a whistleblower because she's part of that camp.
Now, I think that's interesting. What he said, if something happens to Jay-Z, it's going to be because of Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj has been doing music with Jay-Z for decades. But here's the thing. I don't believe that Nicki Minaj is innocent, just like I don't believe Jaguar is innocent. Just because people start snitching doesn't mean that they weren't a part of what was going on. And according to Jaguar, she said that Nicki Minaj, who does she name? She said Chris Brown, Drake, Nicki Minaj, Justin Bieber, and other stars were allegedly in the sex tape, the $500 million sex tape that she said she saw get sold on the dark net, that she claimed Diddy was selling because he needed the money. And again, if there's time, I will play that video again, because Nicki Minaj, the fact that she's married to a pedophile rapist, the fact that her brother also was accused of being a pedophile rapist, the fact that she has that song, let me pull that up, Old Enough. I just don't believe Nicki Minaj is a whistleblower. I think that she, like Jaguar, got mad because she didn't get what she wanted, and now you're snitching about the shit that you know that you allegedly were also involved in. Yeah. This song, Old Enough, that came out December 12th, 2009, that she did with this artist, I don't even know who the fuck Little Twist is. He looks extremely young and like a damn teenager. Her verse, let me scroll down. Yeah. You man can get it, but I gotta run. And when you get it, don't be telling where you got it from. I know you young, but you know I like that young money. And hurry up, the president about to come for me. See, little boy, I can be your little teacher. And if you ball, then meet me behind the bleacher. See, little boy, I can be your teacher. And she's talking about sex. And if you ball, then meet me behind the bleacher. You gotta come hard, trying to reach her. Because if we hit it, I might charge you for the feature. Excuse me, I'm a little bit nudie. You know, them other little girls got the cooties. I mean, really, look at these hooties. I mean, hooters, because the bloopers. You like hooters? Look at these hooters. I want to ride on the back of your scooter. All of that shit sounds like pedophilia. It sounds like you're singing about fucking a teenage boy, and then you're mentioning little boys and little girls, and you're a grown-ass woman. This is some nasty-ass shit. So I don't believe that Nicki's a whistleblower. I think that Nicki, I really believe all these motherfuckers got dirt on each other. And that's the reason why everybody's snitching on each other. Me too, Andrew. It's disgusting. Exactly. You can only snitch when you've been caught. Exactly. Little Twist was a teenager back. See. That's disgusting. And I didn't even, because I've never heard of Little Twist. I didn't even know he looked hella young, even in that picture. That's disgusting. The fuck you doing a song with a teenage boy talking about fucking and meeting behind the bleachers? So, as much as I respect Jonathan, I don't agree with this part at all. I don't believe she's a whistleblower. I believe she's a snitch. I believe she got caught up in some shit. Somebody probably threatened to out her. And she said, okay, well, I'm going to do it first. Which is extremely similar to the shit Jaguar's been doing. Because like I said, everybody that's been connected to her in the industry says she was allegedly right there with them niggas the whole time. And then when she didn't get the money and the fame and the wealth she wanted for allegedly sacrificing her son, she started snitching. Allegedly.
She's part of that team. She was part of Tidal. So I don't know why they haven't tried to fix her issues with Nicki Minaj and let it get this far.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add to the Rihanna?
I mean, it's just very it's shocking. You know, she's obviously freaked out. I just think it's if it is some kind of like fan thing, it's just a really unfortunate, you know, situation, because as I've said, I think she's the greatest female artist of all time.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Let's move on to Diddy.
Yes, sir.
So he's supposed to be getting out in
Wait, he said yes, sir. Ain't that a female doing the interview? Because to me it sounds like a female. Maybe like she might, I don't know if she's a lesbian. She kind of sounds like she might be a butch, but I thought that was a female talking. I don't know, maybe it's not.
April. Did you read it? Yeah.
And then everybody was on Instagram today going crazy about Diddy getting out in April. And again, reading is fundamental. He's not getting out in April this year. They are saying that he's set to be released April of 2028. He was originally, I think his original release date was like May 15th or some shit. So, okay, a couple of weeks early is not a huge deal, and people need to stop saying that Diddy's getting out, because all these people in the comments, oh my God, Diddy's about to get out. No, he's not. He's not at all.
How do you feel about that?
Personally, I don't think it'll happen.
Okay. And why do you say that?
And so going back to, you know, how you started off this, you know, this conversation here, when I got on the channel last year, and I was kind of unhinged, right? Because we were going through the police investigation, and I really appreciate, I mean, not the police investigation, we're going through the civil lawsuit, and we had reported it to the police, and we didn't hear anything from the police. And remember when I spoke to you, I was like, you know, crashed out about the whole entire situation, because it's constant news cycle, it's constant trauma triggers, it doesn't stop. It's been constant Diddy for like the last 2 years. So, you know, I just crashed out on your channel. But the crazy thing about that is, if you go look at the timestamps of when I did your interview and when I spoke about that, somehow it got the attention of the powers to be in Los Angeles, because as soon as I do that thing with you, it starts being all over the news on ABC and the Los Angeles television, the Los Angeles locals, the ABC, the Fox News, that they're... And
so I believe what he's referring to is when he did the interview on the Blue Couch where he finally said he's the John Doe. I remember that. Like, it went viral everywhere, because I was even finding articles and just researching about the different things I've been talking about in my lives, because he DMs me on Instagram, and I sent him and I was like, hey fam, I just saw this link where it showed CNN had reported about him. I think it was like ABC, like all the credible news platforms were reporting about Diddy's John Doe finally comes forward as Jonathan Hay. And that's what people in this live, in the comments, they were in there debating. Well, if he's a John Doe, he must be lying, because nobody who says they're a John or Jane Doe would ever come forward. Again, the courage that it takes to identify yourself after filing a lawsuit anonymously should have been celebrated. Not you're condemning him for coming forward. It's like, why do people always victim shame? I don't understand it. Every time a victim does come forward, why are they always shamed and hardly ever believed? This is why a lot of people don't come forward. So again, shout out to Jonathan for having the courage to be like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and put my face on this. Because honestly, him doing that did get him more traction and help to advance this case. And like I just showed you at the beginning of this live, the judge denied Diddy's request to have the case dismissed. More than likely because there's enough evidence to convict him. Judges don't review cases where, it's just bullshit. So again, shout out to Jonathan Hay for the courage to speak his truth and to put his face on the case and to say, hey, it's me. This happened to me. And no, don't stop. Keep going until that motherfucker got all these additional charges. Because like I said, I really don't see Diddy getting out of jail. I don't. I think even if they do let him out, it's going to be maybe a week or two and he's going to be right back in there. Because I'm for real. Like, everything I seen was Diddy dying in jail in the 5D. That's the premonitions I had, was him getting killed in jail. And I do believe that that's really what's going to happen.
There's a criminal investigation open against Sean Diddy Combs after I did your program.
Yeah.
And then it's like a month later I'm doing CNN, right? And then I did the interview with CNN, and I mean, so your channel definitely, without question, helped spark a criminal investigation.
Wow.
And the criminal investigation and I can't really talk about the criminal and civil lawsuits and investigation, but both of them are advancing for sure. So.
And again, shout out to Jonathan Hay for that. It takes a lot of courage to come forward and talk about what happened, and it takes even more courage to come forward and say, put your face on a case when your attorneys told you to do John Doe to protect yourself. Because at the end of the day, now Diddy has to face what he did, allegedly. And I'm only saying allegedly because it's YouTube. I 1000% believe Jonathan. I do. I believe Diddy did that shit to him. I believe Diddy is a sadistic son of a bitch. Not a kinky BDSM, dom or sadist that does shit for kink. Like, no, you're sadistic. Who the fuck rapes people and tapes it and watches it and sells it on the dark net? That's fucking twisted as hell. That's some demonic ass shit for your ass. Like, literally. It's definitely giving satanic ritual energy. For sure. In my opinion.
I'm very excited about that. That it feels like justice is like right around the corner.
Okay. So yeah, you don't think he's coming out, nothing like that?
No. Like they had to, like a lot of people are disappointed about what he was sentenced with, that he, only got 4 years. But, as one of my business partners point out, like they got Al Capone through tax evasion, right? Like they didn't get him with all the murders. And I'm not talking about Diddy, I'm talking about Capone. They didn't get him with all the stuff, they got him through tax evasion. And I just think they wanted to get something to stick, and then I think more and more is gonna come out. I don't think I'm the only criminal investigation involved.
No, you're not. You're not the only criminal investigation. Not at all. Diddy has, let me look it up. I think the last time I checked it was 172. Because last time I seen, Tony Busby was filing 172 more cases. Yeah. Lawyer claims there could be 300 cases against Diddy. This is insane. And think about this, family. Think about all the people who have not come forward, who are still afraid to. Like, this is ridiculous. And then you got to think about it. All these people that this man has allegedly abused and gotten away with it for all these years. starting with the basketball charity event Stampede with Heavy D in the 90s. All those people died, and then all of a sudden he became famous. Satanic rituals. Sacrifices. Yeah.
Sean Combs. I just think mine was, highly publicized.
Yeah. As it should have been.
What do you want to get from all this that when you came out and you told everybody what happened? What do you want to happen?
What I want to happen? Justice. I want criminal justice. I want to see them locked up, and that's like my biggest goal of everything is, because it's been such a hard time since 2001, when the situation happened. It's just been non-stop trauma. And like when I look at my life before the Notorious B.I.G. project with the Notorious B.I.G. estate, I'm like a nerd collecting comic books, sports cards, living in Louisville, Kentucky. And as soon as I get involved with the Biggie project, everything in my life completely changes 1,000%. So, I want to get my life back to what it was before I got involved with them, the defendants.
Right. When you came on the platform and you told exactly what happened, was that like a weight off your shoulder when you were able to tell everybody what really happened to you?
Absolutely. I was just able to bleed out because I've had to be quiet, and I don't know why I really chose to do it at that time. I knew that we went to the Largo police in Florida, and the Largo police did a police report on behalf that the Los Angeles police requested, and so we just weren't hearing anything, and I was just so frustrated because, as a victim of something, the crime that you're in takes, the crime itself is minutes, but the process for any kind of justice takes years.
And sometimes a lifetime, and some of us don't even get justice. This is why, Jaguar calls herself an advocate. I actually am. Because I know what it's like to have been raped more than once, and for that person that raped you to just walk free. Now, my second mom did end up telling me a few months ago that my ex-fiance that raped me is now a registered sex offender because he raped a teenage girl, actually 3 teenage girls after he raped me, after I left him. So there was some justice, at least for the girls that he raped, but there was none for me. Because I was a part of a fucking cult, a brainwashing MK Ultra cult, where my pastor told me to be silent, and I had to go to church and act like nothing happened because he did not want a scandal to come upon the church. He said, let me just counsel with y'all. And we did, at least 3 times a week. And it didn't help because I was having nightmares and flashbacks and breakdowns, and I had no idea that I was going through PTSD. Had no idea. So for me, and then I was sexually abused as a child for 3 years. For me, I'm speaking for myself only, I want to see every victim get justice, the justice that I never got. And I support real victims, not liars making up shit to clout chase on YouTube. Real victims who have truly gone through this shit. Anybody getting justice, that's a victory. That's a win for all of us. It really is. Because it's letting these people know that you cannot do this shit and just get away with it. Doesn't matter what money, what power, what connections you have. You're not bigger than God. I said that all last year. I said Jay-Z and Diddy ain't bigger than God. None of y'all are bigger than God. I don't give a fuck if you sold your soul to Baphomet. I don't give a fuck if you aligned yourself with deities that granted you wealth and power and fame. Those deities are all condemned deities. They are fallen angels that were kicked out of heaven. In fact, hurled out of heaven with Lucifer. They have no authority outside of this earth. And in fact, to be honest, they have no authority unless humans give them authority. I have successfully cast demons out of people. I know all about demons. Rape is a demon. The act of rape is demonic. The act of rape is demonic. Satanic ritual, satanic sexual ritual abuse. Again, that's how I found this fucking calendar. I was researching that in 2018. This shit's bigger than just, industry and Diddy trying to talk about he was just an amateur porn producer. No, you are the fucking devil in the flesh. You are a goddamn demon. And so the fuck is Jay-Z as far as I'm concerned. Neither one of them motherfuckers are innocent.
Sometimes decades, right? So I was just so frustrated and I was so hurt and I was so broken that I just, went on your channel and bled out. I haven't been able to watch it. I've watched part of it, and it's been, the interview.
Hold up. Cody said, isn't Mar-a-Lago Trump's #1 place? He is always seen at. Are you talking about Jay-Z or Diddy? Because I think Diddy was invited to Mar-a-Lago, if I'm not mistaken. Again, thank you to everybody that's tuning in. If this is your first time, thank you and welcome to D's World. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Like button smash. Thank you. Appreciate that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like Rihanna, like somebody shot her. The woman shot at her property. And while that's a very unfortunate thing, she wasn't hurt. So in my opinion, people need to stop saying it was an assassination attempt, because I don't believe it was. Yeah, birds of a feather definitely flock together, for sure.
He's been, referenced. It was on TMZ, and it was, the defenses has used part of the interview, right, as like some of the stuff that I'm saying. But the thing about me is that interview is basically like my testimony to what happened, and the interview, any kind of negativity that you guys, you mentioned, you received some backlash for it or whatever. It's helped move the chains of justice. So, and that was the goal on it. That was the intention for it, is to the more eyes you can get on it, the more it's able to get justice.
Right.
Which is what Nicki is doing essentially with Jay-Z and Rock Nation.
Okay, again, pause. Sir, this is my opinion. That's not what Nicki's doing with Jay-Z and Rock Nation. Nicki is a bitter motherfucker. That's, according to her, if she's really due $200 million, baby girl, get your money. But Nicki is married to a rapist, pedophile, a convicted rapist. And she knew that before she married him and went on to marry him and have a son with him. This is my opinion. This is no reflection on Jonathan Hay. This is my opinion. I don't believe that Nicki Minaj is trying to get justice for anybody. I think Nicki Minaj is trying to get her money that's due to her. The $200 million that she claims she's owed from Tidal from working with Jay-Z under that label and that streaming platform. I think that's what it's about with Nicki. Nicki has never expressed any concern for any survivors of sexual abuse, and how could she when her husband is a sexual abuser? Not alleged, he was convicted, arrested and convicted for raping multiple minor girls. So me personally, knowing that, I can't agree with him that she's trying to get justice. No, she's trying to get a bag. She's trying to get her money. in my opinion, and based on my research, you know.
Right. Did you receive any backlash from it? Like, I know, like, did you get anybody try to call and try to get on you about it for saying, your truth?
Bro, like...
Pause. You said Jonathan had to go to Mar-a-Lago police, but I'm pretty sure the police and mayor, etc., golfs with Trump, and that is where his favorite vacation spot and golf course. Probably. I didn't know that, though. I didn't know that he went to the Mar-a-Lago police. That's kind of interesting.
Like this thing hasn't stopped, and that's one of the things that I wanted to address with you is like being a victim, and I'm sure other victims, I don't know what they're dealing with, but I'm sure it's the same, is like it's constant harassment, it's constant intimidation. Like my wife, she was walking every day where we were living in Largo. And she was constantly being photographed and followed and taking pictures. And it's legal. And my daughter, also in Florida, was being photographed, sitting outside the house, harassed, stalked. But they're legally able to do that, right? They're private investigators. So my daughter, she had to move because she didn't feel safe with having, a newborn baby. My Diana and I...
Congratulations to you, Jonathan, on becoming a grandfather. I think that's amazing, considering what him and his daughter went through just a few short years ago with the house raid. I've actually been praying for their relationship because I remember on one of the other interviews, he said that due to the raid that happened, his daughter had cut him off. So I'm happy to hear that it sounds like they're back in a good place, and congratulations on your grandbaby. That's awesome.
My wife, we also moved to get away from the chaos and people going through your trash and people, looking in your window and, people knocking on the door constantly, taking...
Yeah, Jonathan, he posts about his, she was his fiance, so they must have gotten married. He posts about her all the time on his Instagram. Like, he's always posting them in his stories. So yeah, I'm really, like I said, I'm considering what this man has been through. I'm really happy for him, like where he is in life right now, because I remember when he said he felt like he was going to die during the raid that happened, and to see him go from that to persevering through it, and the fucked up part was his ex, he claimed, set up the whole raid. He found out that Drake was financing her. So for him to be able to heal from that and find somebody who he's spiritually in alignment with and then marry her is a very beautiful thing. So congratulations, Jonathan, to you and your wife and to your daughter for her baby and the newborn and you being a grandfather. That's amazing.
Photos and everything else. So it's been absolutely nuts, man. And this sounds like some like John Grisham movie stuff, but it's not. It's real. And then the weird stuff that I've dealt with just like over the last week is this person has made threats in text message and email to people unrelated, but one is more specific, that she is going to sink my case and she's been paid a lot of money. So this is hearsay. This is what she's telling me, right? That's why I didn't, report it to the police yet. It's hearsay because I don't know if she's been offered, big money, but she said she's been offered big money to talk about me, to tell what she knows. And my thing is like, what do you even know about me? You don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about my case, right? You haven't been around my life like that. But she was using it as like an extortion method, and it is without question obstruction of justice. So no matter what, I'm definitely going to go to the police with that because she's not the only one. This other guy has tried the same, type of stuff. So it's just not the defendants being power. It's their fans and their supporters and the crazy people, like the person that shot Rihanna. They're like obsessed. So these, Diddy and the Notorious B.I.G. and the Notorious B.I.G.'s family, they all have people who are obsessed. They hear voices, they hear different things. Those are the people you have to worry about. So I'm constantly dealing with that. Like, we stayed at an Airbnb last month. This person at the Airbnb, because it was in Largo, they found out that, because it was all over television in Largo, Florida, and in Tampa. It was on all the news stations, it was on the radio stations, and everything. So I was out there, right? Especially in Florida. These people know who I am, and then they try to use it against me to charge an enormous amount of money when we're leaving, and they blamed it on some kind of like damages of the place. And
pause. I just want to speak on this briefly, considering what I just recently went through with them bullshit ass hosts on Airbnb. There are broke motherfuckers on Airbnb that will do that shit. I just had a host do that to me a couple of weeks ago. Had a broken ass standing fan in the room that I rented and had it placed. Cody even witnessed it because we were on a video call. Had it placed to where you couldn't tell that the pole of the fucking fan was already broken. And when I went to try to move it with my right hand, the whole top of the fan fell on my left hand and injured it. And that bitch ass nigga tried to charge me for a new fan. Like, bitch, you knew that shit was broke before you goddamn rented that fucking room out. Broke motherfuckers do that bullshit. They was knowing damn well that shit was broke. The whole back of the damn rotator of the fan was hanging off, and they didn't. Airbnb ruled in my favor, but I'm just saying, it be some grimy motherfuckers on Airbnb. I'm gonna do a whole roast about janky ass Airbnb hosts soon. It's always some bullshit. Y'all be getting these properties and renting them out. You don't keep the shit up to date, and let's speak on the goddamn horrible, towels and shit, horrible filthy sheets and shit, horrible filthy ass goddamn properties, but then y'all want to be charging all these exorbitant fees and shit for shit that you already knew was fucked up. That's gonna be a whole nother live, because I 1000% believe him. Oh, Jonathan Hayes here. Oh, he's the one that went viral. He has money, so let me just charge him for all these damages that I already knew were existing at my property before he rented it out. There be some bullshit ass hosts on Airbnb, bro. Especially out here, just janky as fuck.
Airbnb confirmed that there were no damages, right? But they were using this as an extortion method because they feel like, of the Sean Combs thing, there's, we have all this money.
Hold on, Cody said, how is my hand? Still sore than a motherfucker, I ain't gonna lie. That's why it was so hard for me to move all that shit up out the goddamn Airbnb. Like that raggedy bitch. Neptune said, next week you need to do a live and you know what, I probably will go right on ahead and do me a good old roast and even show evidence of all the different ones I stayed at. Goddamn mold infested, $150 a night, and the whole goddamn shit's infested with mold. The AC's blowing mold out. There's fucking roaches. This is broke. The door handle is broke. The goddamn closet handle, and just raggedy as fuck. Just raggedy as fuck. Just stupid shit. Broke as fuck. Thank you. City College Stampede. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, that was a stampede. And again, sacrifice. Isn't it funny? Not funny, but an ironic way. When I say funny, I mean ironic. Isn't it ironic that this college stampede that Diddy and Heavy D put on, where all these people were killed, that Diddy said out of his own mouth on the documentary, which is why we're going to be doing that watch party this coming week on Rumble, and that's why y'all got to get on Rumble. He said out of his own mouth on that footage, all these people died at a charity event, and then all of a sudden I became famous. Sounds a lot like a satanic ritual. sounds a lot like a blood sacrifice. Yeah, you went famous, you went viral for people dying at a charity event. That's how he got his start. Way before he ever, got signed by Clive Davis's Arista record label. He got famous for that City College stampede during that free basketball charity event with Heavy D.
And all these resources, and it's just not the case. So it's the people on the outside world that are very dangerous that you have to work.
Thank you, Cody. I received that. I appreciate you. I wonder if there is a numeral sequence in each of the stampedes, including Beyonce and Astroworld and many more. I'm quite sure there is. Y'all know I'm going to do a separate live doing a whole geometry on that. I'm pulling the geometry for every one of these events and connecting the dots.
About is the fans, the people who want to be famous, young people who, want to mess with you for clout, right? Because I'm associated with these different celebrities in my career, I became kind of a target, for sure. Yeah. And since I've been speaking out and doing all these stuff, that's been really weird, right? But, I mean, it's got to the point where, I think I'm going to talk to the Los Angeles police about, like some kind of, protection. And if there are criminal charges, then, we might want to look at doing something. I wouldn't want to say witness protection, but something that's just too dangerous, being in the outside world, just being around regular people, it becomes.
And this is the part where people in the comments were like, so how is he gonna seek protection, but he's out here snitching, he's out here telling all the facts. And again, y'all don't never say that shit when it's Jaguar on the blue couch with no facts and no receipts. This man's there's a reason he has on glasses. There's a reason he is doing what he's doing. He's putting his life on the line, and I don't blame him. I don't even want to be around these types of people in real life, and I'm not even a celebrity. So imagine him being a part, like he said, the younger people that want to clout chase because, he was connected to Biggie, he was connected to Diddy, he was connected to Jay-Z. Yeah, and let's look at Biggie's demise, rest his soul. Let's look at Pac's demise, rest his soul. And let's look at what Diddy's going through right now and what Jay-Z is about to go through. Why would you want to even try to be connected to any of those people when they are all facing multiple cases and trials right now? The clout chasing shit is stupid. If you want to become known, build a platform, be authentic, and you'll attract people. It's just that simple.
It becomes very weird. It's very dangerous. So I feel I'm very uneasy with everything that's going on because
they were saying, well, if he feels like he's so in danger and if he feels so scared, why is he doing all these interviews? Why is he talking about that? So he can get justice. It's like, did all of y'all just arrive on the short yellow bus that's in these fucking comments talking shit? I think a lot of y'all was in remedial school, back in the day, they called it remedial. A lot of y'all seem very remedial in these comments. Why wouldn't he not pull up to the blue couch in person? Why wouldn't he protect himself from people in real life? See, doing a virtual interview protects him. He's not around anybody but his wife. But if he goes out in public, y'all remember when Jaguar pulled up to the Clive Davis party in Vegas in person with Odell and Paperwork Party TV? She claimed she went to the party to do the interview with Paperwork because Paperwork rented a room on the same floor where Whitney Houston was killed. It was also very telling that Clive Davis had a party at the hotel where Whitney Houston was killed, and that Jaguar showed up and bragged about how she forgot what it was like to be a celebrity and how there were white women asking me for my autograph and blah, 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 blah. But yet you told the whole world that you were, you know, on the run or whatever, you were trying to avoid getting locked up in Dallas because of the warrant. You said that people were coming for you, that they were coming for you, and they were trying to kill you. But yet you went in person to Vegas to Clive Davis's party, the main person that you claim has been after you for decades. This is how you separate credible information from bullshit. It makes more sense if a person feels that they might possibly be in danger for them to never show up in person to events where people in the industry that they, like again, Jaguar, you kept saying how Clive Davis was behind all the demise. And I'm not saying he wasn't, because I believe he was too. But the difference is you took your ass in person to Vegas, but you showed up virtually to the Blue Couch in Dallas, because that's where your outstanding warrant is at. So for all the dumbasses, I know some of y'all didn't probably came to my channel and watching right now. For all the dumbasses that were going in on Jonathan in the comment section of this video, start using, maybe y'all don't have critical thinking skills. You may not even know what that terminology means. Especially if you did come here to this platform from the short yellow bus. So, you know, it's like people just, well, why would he talk about it if his life is in danger? He's lying. He has to be lying. Ain't nobody who was a John Doe gonna come forward. I mean, just ignorant shit, just ignorant as fuck. And I'm just looking, I'm scrolling like, man, these motherfuckers is dumb, bro. Like literally y'all are stupid. You lack intelligence. And I think all you people in the comments maybe need to go back to, you know, grade school so you can learn some sort of just common sense. If, you know, they say common sense isn't common, a lot of y'all in these comments is dumb as fuck.
Diddy's in jail. I'm not worried about him, right? It's his supporters. it's those people that I'm
Thank you, Cody.
All right.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, are you scared of Diddy from jail because he was very powerful?
Wait a minute. Thank you, Andrew. I do want to acknowledge that, and thank you, Cody. He said not only that, they streamed their road trip to Paperworks in a live showing certain landmarks, but everybody's out to get you. Yeah. Yep. So all I know is people who are, you know, in fear of being in danger don't show up. They don't show up to parties where people that they claim are dangerous and are after them are at.
Man, like, he probably still has people that, you know, could be walking around here, like, you know, he fed a lot of people, you know?
Whatever it is, I've dealt with it. I've dealt with this former artist. I've dealt with people connected to both the defendants. Yeah, it's constant fear. Like I want this over with as soon as possible so I can try to rebuild my life back to what it was before I did this project. And another thing, a guy in Dallas, Texas, his name is Kane McKnight, right? He died on March 1st, right? And he was one of the partners in the Notorious B.I.G., you know, the project that I did with the Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah, March 1st. Satanic holiday. Same as Angie Stone's alleged death. Oh, y'all do need to tune in for that this weekend. The 1-year anniversary of Angie Stone's alleged death, because I have some new information, some new details about that and the people that allegedly were actually involved in that. But I find it interesting that a lot of these deaths keep centering on a satanic holiday or around a satanic holiday. Biggie was killed on March 9th. This man connected to the Biggie estate, and the music was killed on the 1st, where they do a blood ritual, drinking of human blood for strength and homage to the demons. Oh, but it's just all a big conspiracy? I don't think so.
And Bad Boy. He was one of the people. There was only 4 of us, myself and my company, which was Rush Music, and CJ Wallace, Biggie's son, and Think Big, under the Notorious B.I.G. estate, and this guy Kane McKnight. Kane McKnight is now dead in Dallas, Texas, and so that's weird. So all kinds of.
You know what's weird is that it's in Dallas, Texas, which is where Diddy was at, and which is where Jaguar was at. I'm just wondering how many alleged satanic rituals went on in Dallas. This sounds like a ritual to me.
Theories, are floating around, about his death, because, you just don't know. And if you Google this guy, Kane McKnight, he was an ecstasy dealer back in the day. LA Times did a story on him in 2000. So he was connected to the Starz. He did know Diddy. He did know CJ Wallace, right? So when I was Dallas in this mansion working on the Biggie project, he was always around. He was with us in Dallas. He was with us in Brooklyn, and he was with us in LA. At the time of the attack, he was at the same hotel that I was in, where I was picked up. This guy is now dead.
That's crazy.
Kane McKnight.
He's dead, who was around them, and he died on a satanic holiday. Now again, that's the PDF version, so I can zoom in. Satanic rituals. Satanic holy days are usually when satanic ritual abuse takes place. This man all of a sudden dies right on the very first day of March. Why does everyone who dies around Diddy or Jay-Z end up dying on or around a satanic holiday? Whitney Houston, right after Candlemas. She died on February 11th, 9 days later, and 9 in numerology represents endings, death, transition. Right after Candlemas Sabbatic Goat Festival, where they do a blood ritual, animal and or human sacrifice, right after Satanic Revels, where they do a sexual ritual, aka rape, oral, anal, vaginal, ages 7 to 17 female. There's a reason why, again, people have come from my platform trying to discredit me, trying to say that I'm crazy, trying to say I'm a conspiracy theorist, because every single time a story comes out, it's on this fucking calendar. It always aligns. The dates constantly align with this calendar. It's just extremely interesting how that keeps happening.
Right. Biggie's son, CJ Wallace, what do you think he's up to right now?
I'm not sure. It's I try to tune out and stay away from the noise as much as possible, but I don't know.
Even when he said that, I try to tune out and stay away from the noise as much as possible. I can hear his voice shaking. I can feel his anxiety, his fear, his trauma. I don't want to deal with this or them, so I stay away from it. What's also interesting is that CJ Wallace sold the house that Jonathan Hayes spoke about, where he was allegedly sexually abused. Why all of a sudden, when the investigation started launching, did CJ Wallace sell the house that Jonathan Hayes mentioned? Oh my God, my allergies. When people are innocent, they don't sell property. Sounds like maybe CJ Wallace sold that property so he could go try to hide out to avoid getting served by a process server. Now, again, this is just my speculation. You know, it just seems extremely convenient. The series of events and the way that they went down.
It's just a very unfortunate, situation with all the stuff that's going on now.
Do you care that he's still walking around, or does that bother you?
Absolutely, for
Of
sure.
course.
But like I said, justice takes a while. They have criminal investigations. Our civil suit has advanced. People can look at the docket and they can pay attention to it. Our civil case has advanced.
Let's look it up real quick, because y'all know I'm all about looking at dockets. I want to see if there's any additional information in there. Okay, Wallace versus Hay. Oh, he's right. It's definitely getting advanced. Okay. See, he can't talk about the details, but I can on my channel. I'm just scamming real quick to see. Okay. So it looks like the most recent was motion for extension of time to serve the defendant was granted. Plaintiff shall execute service on defendant on or before March 27th this year. Okay, is there any additional information? Okay, so this is just updated just as of when it was initially put out there. Now I don't know what in the hell that is, but beat it. Okay, so it looks like CJ Wallace filed a case against Jonathan Hay too. Yeah, for fabricated sexual. Yeah, Notorious Big Estate sues publicists for fabricated sexual allegations involving Diddy and CJ Wallace. The estate of Notorious B.I.G. has filed a lawsuit against publicist Jonathan Hay, accusing him of spreading false and lurid allegations involving Sean Diddy Combs and Big Son CJ Wallace in an attempt to revive his stalled career. Really? Wow. According to documents obtained by All Hip Hop, the estate claims that Hay, who once praised Wallace as an honor and a privilege to work with, pivoted to circulating graphic stories after the estate refused to release his 2020 remix project, Ready to Dance. In one October 2024 interview, Hay stated Puffy and Biggie's son CJ had sexual relations and claimed that Wallace's associate Willie Mack was his boyfriend. That was the guy's name. The lawsuit describes both statements as fabricated attacks intended to harm Wallace's credibility in the music industry. Pause. If Wallace was so innocent, why did he sell the house that Jonathan Hay alleged the sexual abuse occurred at, which was his house? It was CJ Wallace's house. Hay later escalated his claims, alleging that Wallace attended Diddy's infamous freak-off gatherings and witnessed criminal sexual activity. He also accused Wallace of luring him into the home for Diddy to assault him. Well, my thing is, if you're gonna file a countersuit, you better have some evidence. It's crazy to me how these people are all connected to Diddy and they act like they're innocent. They do these counter lawsuits, and I haven't seen one be successful yet. Not one. Exactly. Exactly. He didn't say, oh, here's some evidence that this didn't happen. It's just like, oh, these are just baseless claims because he's trying to get his career back on track, which is kind of fucked up for them to say that, because Jonathan Hay did pretty much allude to that on the first interview that I reviewed, the one he did with Jaguar on the Blue Couch, when he said, him being on the Blue Couch helped his career because he had been blacklisted, which is what they do in the industry when you speak out against the shit that they do. So, I mean, it just, the way I see it, I'm going to follow both cases, but I have a feeling that the CJ Wallace case is not going to get anywhere.
All their motions to dismiss were denied. So my case civilly is living on. A judge in California believed in our evidence and what we've given, that they denied, their demur, and to get the case thrown out. They didn't allow it to be thrown out. So my case is still moving. So the civil case and the criminal case is still advancing, but it's tough, man. It's tough to go through all these, situations that I'm living in, the realities of private investigators, of their supporters, of their team, of people making threats of obstruction of justice, witness tampering. All the stuff that's going on right now is absolutely crazy. And it's not affecting me, it's affecting my woman, it's affecting my child, it's affecting friends. So, this isn't a game. Like, it's tough.
So, like, what are you doing for your mental health and stuff right now to balance?
I have a great therapist. And I also deal with the RAINN network, RAINN, and I'm going to continue to work with them and my therapist, and just hoping that we get justice soon.
How should victims move on from this? Like, it's just you talk.
Y'all know I went and just immediately looked up the RAINN network, because if this is a way for victims to get help, I actually want to advocate for this right now for other victims, not just Jonathan. Yeah, free confidential. Let me put this link in the chat. If there happens, which I can feel that some of the people listening, some of you have always or also been sexually abused as well. Oh, he'll be okay. Look, you tell Chomper I said sit down and be yourself, like my grandma used to say. So yeah, for anybody who has survived sexual abuse, it says it's free, it's confidential, it's 24/7 support. Matter of fact, I will probably always promote this website on my lives for all victims. RAINN offers hope, courage, and community to everyone impacted by sexual violence. So again, they have a 24/7 confidential helpline. It says, as the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization, the operator of the National Sexual Assault Hotline, RAINN's mission is to stop sexual violence by supporting survivors, holding perpetrators accountable, and creating safer communities. So again, if you have been affected by sexual abuse, sex trafficking, even if you were molested as a child, this platform is definitely a safe place for you. But if you want one-on-one confidential help, definitely reach out. And I put the link in the chat. It should be on the screen. Reach out so that you can get, some help. And I love how the first tab is help and healing. That's the whole point of Forever Freedom by JustDeeShow, which is being, put in the works right now. Forever Freedom is a nonprofit organization that I'm starting to obtain funding to make buildings that can house survivors of sexual abuse and survivors of sex trafficking, specifically children who have been trafficked, who don't have a safe home to go to, who are caught in the foster care system, who are caught in, CPS, where unfortunately a lot of people have alleged through CPS that they were allegedly abused. I know that some of the foster cousins that I grew up with, they also had told us stories about being trafficked through Child Protective Services, not alleged, their real life experience. So Forever Freedom, we're going to be starting, and anyone that wants to join, who you truly do want to advocate for survivors of sexual abuse, who truly do want to advocate for children who have survived sexual abuse and sex trafficking, as well as my goal is to have a team that can excavate and go underground through the tunnels and try to actually find the children that are still being trafficked. I don't care how impossible some people say it is. I genuinely 1000% believe that if we all do come together, we actually can stop this. I don't care that it's $1 trillion industry. God is bringing all this to the light for a reason, and God is exposing it for a reason. And if more of us focus on the victims and not all the salacious bullshit, then we can actually come together and make an impact to stop it. So again, shout out to Jonathan for sharing that resource, because you never know. You said he listened. Thank you. Yeah, Chomper, you sit down and be yourself. This is providing such an avenue for survivors and victims who need help. And before I end this live, I am going to do a prayer, not just for Jonathan, but for all victims who are suffering and going through this.
Talk about it like, it's an everyday struggle, and it's real hard. What's advice that you can give them?
I would like to know that same advice, because the real truth is, I put on my glasses, I color my hair, I fix my hair, I get on these things and I talk to you, and I could come across as strong, but this is now, because I am doing this, speaking to others, trying to advocate for others, trying to advocate for my cases, but the reality is not this. The reality is most of the time of severe depression, laying down, can't get up, constantly worried about, running into people, dying, anything. So I would like to know what's best for victims to do, how they survive. It's not tough. So I think,
and I can definitely relate to and understand what he's saying. That's what I went through after I was raped, and that's why I do my spiritual consultations now, assisting other survivors of sexual abuse. The best way to deal with it is to join a community where there are people who have experienced what you have experienced, because they can 1000% relate to you. I actually always recommend that. There's even a lot of free groups that you can join, on Facebook and stuff like that. But the main thing is to work with a therapist or a life coach that can help you through those moments when you're triggered and the ruminating keeps going and you can't stop it because you don't know how. You haven't had anybody show you how to stop that. That's actually also something that I provide to all of my clients when they book spiritual consultations with me. We actually talk a lot about what happened to them in their childhood, and they all have been sexually abused. Not one client of mine that I've had a consultation with has not been sexually abused. So again, you know what? I think right now I'm going to take this opportunity to do a prayer, because I can feel him as an empath, clairvoyant, psychic medium. I can feel Jonathan. Most High, I want to thank you right now for this live. I want to thank you for Jonathan Hay, his life and his spiritual purpose and his healing that I'm declaring over him. I want to thank you for this platform. Thank you for everybody that's listening right now. Lord, I ask that you go and heal Jonathan Hay's mind, his heart, his body, his spirit, and heal him from this trauma so that he does not have to declare depression over his life. Actually, I cancel that assignment of depression. I cancel that assignment of oppression, because those energies lead to possession and cause demons to overcome people. In fact, I cancel the assignment of the demonic attacks that are coming against him, not only in real life, but in his sleep. The mind games that I can hear the demon speaking to him, I cancel every assignment of that, and I cover Jonathan, his household, his wife, his family, his daughter, granddaughter, in the name of the Most High God, and cover them with positive energy, healing, and peace. That is truly what we all need. And I speak healing and peace over everybody listening to this live, especially those who are also survivors of sexual abuse and sex trafficking. I want to thank you for my spiritual gifts. Thank you for this live. Thank you for the strength to continue to press forward and persevere despite the very many challenges that have been faced. And I want to thank you right now for my healing, for everyone's healing. And I want to thank you for giving us the resources to go rescue these children. And I want to thank you for everybody's healing and justice. All these things I ask in your name of the Most High God, your son, Yeshua, Asheo. Jonathan Hayes' trauma feels very real. And it actually breaks my heart to hear him say how he's still dealing with depression, not wanting to get out the bed. That is the agenda of the predator, is to keep your mind in bondage so that you're never set free, which is why I just prayed that prayer over him so that he can be set free. Because, this is actually heartbreaking. He just described hypervigilance, which is a PTSD symptom. Exactly. Yeah, Dallas is one place that I don't think I would ever live. Visit, but not live there. And I've got people that live there, but no.
I think a lot of people see, these interviews and they think, keep it going, you're being so strong. It's like, well, you're just seeing this. You don't see my everyday life.
Right. You don't see the pain. You don't see the breakdowns. You don't see the tears when PTSD triggers and that trauma flashes and you relive it, and then you become that energy all over again. It really does take working with, and this is just my opinion, it really does take working with spiritualists and therapists to get through that, as well as joining support groups where, again, you can relate to other people who are just like you, who have gone through what you've gone through. Because I can only imagine how many days he's probably broken down crying. And again, it's a man. It's not saying that it's worse because he's a man, but think about it, a man's manhood being degraded. And see, again, the BDSM world, bondage, dominance, submission, masochism. A dom who's a sadist, their agenda is to break your mind. That's why they do the rape. Again, rape, especially anal rape, activates negatively the kundalini, where you can control somebody. That's why I say that rape is demonic. It doesn't matter if it's oral rape, anal rape, vaginal rape. No means no, and when you force yourself on somebody, it is rape. And it's very demonic, and it's meant to keep you mentally bound, to keep you spiritually in a low frequency. So, Jonathan, if you ever just need to talk and vent, I'm here. Because I want to see you be your most powerful self, your most empowered self. And I want you to be able to be at a place where you're at peace, whether you're talking about this or not, because the mental mind fuck stays with you forever after your rape. Like he said, the victimization, it happens within minutes, but the effects last for a lifetime. And you really do have to have a really great support system and people who will listen to you without judgment, listen to you, and truly be supportive for your healing. So I definitely am praying for his healing.
I'm sure you would not think that I'm strong.
hypothetical, Diddy walks on in April. What's the next steps?
The civil case goes on, and we will get justice there, right? Like, I have one of the best attorneys, historic attorneys in the world fighting for the case. And, without saying so much, the fact of the matter is, we've got a lot of cosigns and we've got a lot of support, on the backside, on the legal end. It's just a difference of the burden of proof in civil versus criminal, right? So, but that's what I'm saying. My thing is criminal, and our evidence that we have for the criminal is obviously so strong because look where it's at. Like, I'm a victim that hasn't got as far as most victims,
Right.
with the legal department. I'm trying to be as vague as possible. Like, once this thing comes to an end, then we'll come back on and we'll talk about it, or you'll see the news, if charges are done or whatever. But we'll talk about it more. But like right now, like we're in a very crucial time period, and I think justice is absolutely close.
Right. I want to talk about Jaguar Wright, and we met you through Jaguar Wright. How much of how much of a role has she played for you in getting the recognition?
So Jaguar, like I said, randomly I did Tisa Tells, and because Tisa Tells was reporting on one of these stories in 2024 that I did, and I reached out to her and I was just like, kind of like, hey, the person that you mentioned on your stream or your program, it's a different person with the photos. And then she invited me to do an interview with her, and I was like, whatever. And I did it, and then that led to Jaguar seeing it, and then she brings me on your show.
Pause. So again, this proves that Jaguar trolls all the channels of the people that she claims not to like. Because why were you watching Tisa Tells when the whole time I was aligned with you, you couldn't stand her? How, Sway, Jaguar, how do you always end up attaching yourself to what's trending? Now, Tisa Tells has always had a larger platform than you. For all I know, you were watching Tisa Tells when I used to support her, when I was on panel with her, and we were talking about Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, because that was the foundation of my channel, for those that don't know. I had originally started my channel to speak on Love and Hip Hop, not Love and Hip Hop, Real Housewives of Atlanta. And we were talking about Portia and Simon, me and Tisa Tells on her channel. I actually found Tisa because she used to be a tarot reader, believe it or not. I didn't even know she was a blogger. I told y'all, my thing with YouTube, because I'm a spiritualist, I follow other psychics, tarot readers, and spiritualists. So that's how I found Tisa, because she popped up when I was searching for tarot readers. And then after a while, she started speaking on Real Housewives of Atlanta, and that allowed her platform to grow even more and more and more. So how do I know, Jaguar, that you wasn't watching me on that channel? And that's why you decided to bring your ass to my chat. It's just real interesting that you watch the people that you claim not to like. It's real weird. Because he even just said that, he was on Tisa's first, and then you saw him on Tisa's and decided, you know what? This will probably help me have another viral moment. Let me go ahead and jump on this. Now, again, this is all alleged. This is my opinion. That's how it looks to me. Family, what do y'all think? Let me toggle back over and check the chat. Andrew said, I don't understand why Big Son hangs with Diddy. Well, according to Jonathan Hay and a few other people, they said it's because they allegedly had a relationship. I just think it's interesting, again, that Jaguar saw him on Tisa Tells and decided to align herself with him. Why did it take you seeing him on Tisa Tells? Maybe because to you, she's competition. So let me see if I can insert myself and compete where clearly you didn't compare. Just saying.
And then, which led to...
Like he said, she saw him on Tisa Tales, reached out to him, and she brought him to the blue couch. And that review that I did, where she was asking him about the raid and, the house, that experience, and she kept saying, she's like, it's funny how people who talk about Drake always get affected or come up missing. Again, how do you know all of this stuff? And the other thing I noticed, because again, this was before I ever became a moderator on Jaguar's channel, when she came into my live on October 20th. How do you not bring Jonathan Hay on your channel, Jaguar? I noticed that when we were aligned. I was like, she's never had him on her channel. Or is it that did you ever invite him to your channel? Did he deny it? Like, you claim to have so much support for Jonathan, but we never saw you publicly support him outside of the blue couch. And you were in Dallas at that time. So my question is, why did you bring him to the blue couch? Why did it take you seeing him on Tisa Tales for you to be like, you know what? Let me grab that one because Tisa's getting too much recognition. I want to take credit for Jonathan Hay's career advancing, which is happening right here. I hope I'm not the only one that sees that connection. I know I'm a deep ass thinking Scorpio. Okay, see, I'm glad I'm not the only one. You always try to compete where you don't compare, and then you try to steal other people. Literally, you stole this witness from Tisa Tales because it's a platform that's larger than yours. Does she owe Real Life that much that she has to do interviews plus bring them talent? How many times have they bailed Miss Chokes on Dick Sanjay? You know what? I forgot about Miss Chokes on Dicks from goddamn when Stone and Meech did that fucking roast on her, and I pulled up the Miss Chokes on Dicks. But for real, that's what I'm wondering, because if Real Life really did bail her out of jail when she got locked up in 2024, she might be obligated to do all these interviews and bring people. She might be financially obligated. Again, speculation. I don't know if that's true, but kind of makes sense.
Much more. So Jaguar has been crucial in the beginning to helping me get to this point, but right now...
Pause. Now, I just want to say how he just said Jaguar was crucial to helping him get to this point in the beginning. She did the very same thing with me. It's always the love bombing in the beginning. And then if you don't do what she says, or you don't let her control you, or you don't let her take... Like, she's loving this right now, that he's giving her all this credit. And, to each their own. He's definitely entitled to do that. But is it me in my Funky Dineva voice, or was it actually Tisa Tales that started his journey on YouTube? Jaguar, you are the biggest troll on YouTube outside of 50 Cent. You search for content on other people's platforms all the time and then try to take credit for it. You literally, and I hate to say this, but Jonathan doesn't know this shit about you. We do, from how much I supported you on YouTube. This is a pattern of behavior that you have. Let me go grab who and what's trending and claim it as my research on my channel. Let me go on Real Life Street Stars and, do this interview with Jonathan Hay. I remember that because I titled it Jaguar Wright Vindicated, about what she was saying about Diddy and Jay-Z, which he did vindicate her in that. But Jonathan, be very careful with Jaguar. She has a really good way of love bombing people and making you feel like she supports you, and then the minute you don't do what she wants, she turns on you like that. So again, I don't blame him for not going to Dallas. I think you should tread lightly with all these people in the industry that are claiming, you know, especially her. Just be real careful.
Now, with Jaguar, you know, and we speak. I haven't spoke to her, you know, in a month or two, but she's always very helpful. But she definitely started me in the canon, you know, the domino effect going with me and my pursuit to justice. And she didn't know what had happened with CJ Wallace. And she didn't know, she knew a little bit because, you know, I was just bombing away on YouTube, but she didn't know that I was a victim yet. So, you know, Jaguar has definitely been influential in getting me to this point. There's no Jaguar, I'm not at this point.
So I just want to take this opportunity to publicly address this. So he has said that before, that through Jaguar bringing him to this platform, it got him a book deal and it helped to revive his career. So I want to say this in response to the counter lawsuit that CJ Wallace filed against him. If he was trying to lie about this to revive his career, that'll be exposed. Anything that is a lie, God will expose it. But the times that we've discussed him coming on this channel, he definitely expressed that he had a very much an interest in doing that. But on the same hand, listening to him say this, I can kind of see why you may not have done that just yet. Because if you feel like Jaguar's influential in your career being revived, and I'm doing a full-on investigation of her, then that would explain why maybe you're a little hesitant to come here. But here's the thing, Jaguar will turn on you. She will absolutely turn on you. So, not mad at you giving her accolades, because what you're saying is the truth. You know, her bringing you to this channel, it played a part, but it's real life platform that gave you the actual, you know, I don't want to say clout because it's not clout, but it's real life that gave you a large platform to speak your truth on. And so I don't, you know, I'm still trying to figure out when it comes to him and Jaguar's connection. I want to know how that got started. Was it solely, hey, I saw you on Tisa Tells, let me get you over on Real Life Street Stars? Or is it true that allegedly she owes Real Life Street Stars the $10K for bailing her out of jail, and this is how she's repaying them, allegedly? Because, sir, you might be being used as a pawn the same way myself, my subscribers, and many other CCs have been used. And given her track history with the way she treats people that support her, I would be extremely careful if I were you, King.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to move on to the Epstein files. What were your thoughts when it all dropped? Like when all this, when it all came out? Yeah.
The Epstein files have been absolutely crazy. Like, being a trauma victim, I try to stay away from that stuff. And being a victim of SA and what I've been through, so all these are just trauma triggers. I don't, you know, pay attention as much as I should to the Epstein, just because it's triggering for me, right? All this stuff is going on. When Jay-Z was in the Epstein files, I was told, obviously everybody contacted me about that. Definitely not surprised by it at all. With him and Pusha T, I don't like when people have said the timeline of, you know, this is around the reasonable doubt era, that there's no way that he could have been involved. But, and look, he might not, there's so many people in the Epstein files that are innocent. And, you know, just staying neutral and objective, Jay-Z could be completely innocent, even with him being in the Epstein files. But you can't say that he wasn't around then because reasonable doubt was dropping. I mean, they're going to get you, you're going to come across those people in the beginning stages of their careers, right? So, of course, Jay-Z, he's in New York, and he's trying to move up. Like, if people listen to Jay-Z's album, you know, Streets Is Watching, I mean, he says exactly what he wants to be. He wants to be a billionaire. He wants to be on the Forbes list. And this is when he's just like coming up. You know, he wants to move with all these people. Reasonable doubt, he's talking about the Illuminati. You know, he's talking about all these things, trying to get their attention, I believe. Throwing up the, you know, Illuminati symbolism, you know, the rock, all that stuff. So I think he was courting, you know, that attention. And that's the powers to be. And he did it, so it's not surprising that he's in the Epstein files. You know, it's not surprising, and the timing makes sense. And once again, he was represented by Harvey Weinstein. You know, and now it's so weird is because you see Diddy's lawyer, the Mark guy, his main lawyer in the criminal case. Now he's representing Harvey Weinstein.
It's crazy.
So they're all connected.
And they're all being represented by the same attorney that defended Harvey Weinstein, who was convicted of rape as well, raping minors. That's crazy. Cody said his GERD just reacted from PTSD. Yeah, I think so. I can't be managed. I personally think the blue couch is shady as well. The only people I believe are the victims coming forward. I have followed all of this for about 6 years now. I also believe Jag for a long time. I no longer believe her. And that's the thing, like, and thank you. I don't know if this is your first time tuning in. If it is, thank you for tuning in and welcome to D's World. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. That's what I was trying to say when Archangel Michael came in the chat, you know, defending her and all this shit when we were all connected as family online or whatever. It's like so many of us followed and believed her because, again, she's a great storyteller and can be very convincing. But when you start telling blatant lies repeatedly on multiple people, and then you also don't produce any receipts for the shit that all these things you're claiming to have witnessed, it makes you appear to be. It looks like you painted yourself as a liar. And like you attach yourself to whoever's trending. It's just, again, all this shit falling apart exactly the way that I told y'all I saw it in the 5D happening is real crazy. In a good way.
Everything is connected. You know, Mark, who looks like, you know, a sweet man, is like he's representing Diddy, and now he's representing Harvey Weinstein. You know, Sex Crumbs, Jay-Z, you know, was represented by Harvey Weinstein. You cannot say that he wasn't, because he was.
Yep.
You know, and Jay-Z was.
And for those who don't know, Harvey Weinstein used to be, let me pull it up, I believe he used to be a criminal attorney. And I do believe he was at one point representing Jay-Z. So what I'm going to probably do is a part 2 for sure. Because I'm not going to lie to y'all, my sleep aid's kicking in. But we're going to finish this part. Like, I'm going to finish showing y'all the rest of this interview. Hold on. Okay, I can't find the information. I don't want to delay it. Let me go back.
Best friends with Sean Diddy Combs, and Jay-Z did 2 albums with R. Kelly. None of those facts can ever be disputed.
Thanks. That's all true.
You know, but once again, he hasn't been charged with anything. I think if it were to happen, you know, that Nicki Minaj is the one who made it happen. Right? She went to Donald Trump because to get justice at that level, you have to have resources. You have to, you know, have the powers to be to take down, you know, the powers to be. And so
See, here's where I don't know how much Jonathan has researched about Nicki and about Trump's connections to the Diddy freak-offs and Jay-Z. I just honestly don't see Trump being someone who's an advocate that's all of a sudden going to give justice and have Jay-Z locked up. Especially considering that all of them were at the freak-off parties together because all of them were on the freak-off guest list. And the irony is also that all of them were named as being regular visitors of Epstein Island. So, again, I don't know if Jonathan's done a lot of research about all of that, but it's my personal opinion that there's no fucking way Trump is going to give Nicki Minaj any sort of justice as it pertains to her allegations against Jay-Z. I think he's going to sit idly by and watch them both go at each other and just let them do it. That's just my opinion on it. Because again, why would Trump hold Jay-Z accountable if they were allegedly together doing the same shit at the same place? Again, just my opinion.
I guess something that I would say to all victims, you were talking about what can victims do, is they need to amplify their voices. They need to come out and speak out and talk and throw on glasses and get themselves together and try to do interviews, go to social media, you know, talk about it, whistle blow, speak out. That's what's going to help, you know, take down giants and the powers that be who are, you know, traffic, you know, can't say that word, whatever the word is for, you know, human, you know.
Yeah, we know what you're saying.
You know, I'm really getting tired of people being afraid to say rape and sex trafficking on YouTube. Let's call it what the fuck it is. Y'all be so worried about if a video doesn't get monetized or if your channel, man, if you, again, stopping it is calling it for what it is. It's rape, it's sex trafficking. But so many, well, you can't say this and you can't say that. This is also why we're going to rumble.com where you ain't got to worry about that shit. You can say freely whatever the fuck you want to say because it's an uncensored platform where the truth can be spoken without worrying about copyright strikes and all this other bullshit. So that and it's not against Jonathan. That annoys me with everybody because it's like, oh, it's YouTube. I can't say this. I can't say that. Man, fuck YouTube. Speak your truth unapologetically. Call rape, rape. Call sex trafficking, sex trafficking. Call pornography, pornography. I don't even care if they try to demonetize this video because I'd rather speak the truth and get the truth out there than be worried about if it's going to affect an AdSense deposit. Because that's the only reason why content creators even care about that shit. I don't want it to, you know, reduce my AdSense deposit. Well, then maybe don't be on YouTube if you know, don't want to speak the truth. And again, this is not directed at Jonathan Hay. It's just a general observation that everybody's always like, can I say this on YouTube? Can I not? On my channel, it's raw and uncensored. I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want to say. Period.
Yeah, whatever that is, you know, that, I mean, you know, people are being heard and people are listening and paying attention.
Is there anything that you regretted during the time that you were like really heavy involved in the industry that you could take back?
Not paying attention enough and just blinders on, you know, because I'm focusing on, you know, my career and the project, and I'm not really focusing on what's going on around me. I wish I would have asked more questions. I wish I would have pointed out more things. You know, I wish I would have, you know, said something about the red flags. But then if I did, I wouldn't have got to the point where I was, and I wouldn't have done the projects that I did. So, you know, it's kind of, you know, it kind of goes hand in hand. You know, you got to stay quiet. Like I said, like
Literally, the whole thing in the industry is don't ask, don't tell. A lot of people are like, well, why did they stick around? Why did they keep? Well, shit, if a person's getting paid and they're told, hey, don't talk about this, or, you know, you'll lose contracts, you'll lose this, you'll lose that. A lot of people, especially on the Diddy documentary, said that they just remained silent because they were afraid of either losing their career or their families being hurt. And also considering, you know, you're doing work with these celebrities, you're getting opportunities. It's like, well, I'm gonna just not say nothing because I don't want anything to happen to my opportunity. The problem with that, though, is it makes you complicit. And this is why some people don't believe those that are coming forward now, because just like on Instagram, they're all in the comments, well, y'all stayed and tolerated it, y'all stayed and did it. But there are also people that said that when they tried to leave, or, you know, did try to speak out, that their lives were threatened or people were killed. So you got to take into consideration, okay, on one hand, yes, you're complicit for being silent and not speaking out against it. But on the other hand, it's understandable if a person felt that their life or livelihood was in jeopardy. Like he said, he wouldn't have been able to do the projects that he did. On the same hand, though, in the future, they're still taking accountability that nobody chooses to be raped at all, ever. But you do choose what career path you go down. And a lot of people did not want to lose opportunities that they needed and that they wanted. So just like on the documentary, they're like, you know, it's like an unspoken thing. Everybody knew what was going on, but they were too afraid to speak out. And to be honest, the people on the Diddy documentary, I don't recall seeing any of those people speak out on their actual social media platforms. So it's almost like a thing where everybody's conditioned, you know, to this don't ask, don't tell mentality as it pertains to the shit that they've witnessed in the industry. And then, you know, it's like, oh, now y'all want to come forward. Well, look at it this way. People who have suffered trauma, it usually does take years for them to talk about it. And some people still don't talk about it. There's people at that church I came from who I found out once I went public with what happened to me, they would DM me and be like, D, the same thing happened to me and I've just been too afraid to talk about it. I'm still afraid of the person that sexually assaulted me. There's a reason that certain of us have been placed to speak out against this so that other people will have the courage to come forward.
Something that I regretted for so long was coming forward in 2021 to the defendants and telling them what happened, because it changed my life and led to me being ambushed and attacked and then fighting for justice for that same incident 5 years later. I wish, for years, bro, I wish I was like, why did I even say anything? If I didn't say anything, the project would have still happened. It would have made a lot of noise. It would have made a lot of money. I wouldn't have had to went through the attack that I went through. I wouldn't have had to went through the trauma that I went through and everything else.
What is something that you could say that was like, well, that you saw that was just really crazy that you probably ignored, or you know, that you just didn't say anything, like, man, this is some wild stuff going on right here, but I'm just gonna be quiet for right now, you know? Is there anything that you could tell us that was happening then that you know, that you probably shouldn't, that you overlooked, that you could go back and be like, man, I should have said something then, or, you know, I didn't think it was that serious then, but it is serious, you know?
I mean, I think, you know, not really, because I wasn't really like in those, you know, situations, but it, you know, the Rihanna rumor from 2005 has stuck for 21 years, right? And I mean, because of that project, it was so weird that I'm having to deal with the hip hop task force asking questions about Jay-Z because he was under investigation in 2005. And even then it's like, oh, okay, well, so they like basically interrogated me. And, you know, in 2008, here I am, you know, doing a project with Jay-Z. In 2013, 14, 15, I worked with Tidal, right? I worked with Rock Nation. I worked with, you know, Jay-Z. And then this Become a Beyonce book drops, you know? And so I think we all are in denial a lot because, you know, you're just focused on, you know, your career and everything else, you know? So I don't know. I wish I would have paid more attention back then, you know, to that project. And like I said, I'm not sitting there, I'm not bombing on Jay-Z. Right now, Jay-Z has not been charged. Jay-Z, nothing's happened to him. He's, you know, so I don't want any kind of issues with Jay-Z, right? I think he's obviously an amazing rapper. But, you know, one of the GOATs, definitely, you know, I don't know.
I don't know if I asked you.
I'm just trying to wonder, in all the years I've been listening to hip hop and R&B, how is Jay-Z one of the greatest rappers? Pac was the greatest rapper of all time, dead or alive. Definitely not Jay-Z. This is my opinion. People were going in on him for this comment in the comment section. There's like, what do you mean Jay-Z's the GOAT? Weren't you just talking shit about him last year? Why is he backtracking? I saw that comment back to back to back to back. Because again, when I go to videos, I go to the comment section first before I watch the video. And they were like, so now he's praising Jay-Z when he was speaking out against him last year. I think that Jonathan's using wisdom, knowing that everybody is watching him. And like he said, I don't want no problems with Jay-Z. There's a reason people within the industry keep saying that. Remember Kanye went on his rant, and Jay-Z, I know you got killers, don't send them after me. For everybody in the comment section that was talking shit, let's use common sense. If this man has intimate relationships with people in the industry and people that he knows were around him when he was doing grimy shit, of course he's going to be allegedly watching those people. Now, the people that said that Jonathan Hay was backtracking, I'm trying to figure out how y'all had the concept that he's backtracking because he said Jay-Z's one of the greatest rappers and one of the GOATs. I don't feel that way about Jay-Z. I never have. But there's quite a few people that do. That feel like he's just this amazing person that blah, blah, blah. And like I said to all the black people, please name one thing that Jay-Z has ever done for you. I'll wait. So maybe Jonathan has a different perspective because of his working relationship with Jay-Z. And I get it, you know, if people don't want to participate in the salaciousness of social media and YouTube. I totally get that. But one of the GOATs, with all of these cases against him, all these criminal cases against him, I don't agree with that. I definitely don't agree that he's one of the greatest rappers. I don't. Yeah.
ever invite you to a Diddy party?
I never got invited to a Diddy party until 2021, until 2020, when I was out in Los Angeles right before the pandemic, when we were doing the Notorious Big Deal. But it wasn't like, hey, we're going to, we want you to come to a Diddy party. It's like, hey, there's a party over at Puff's house. We want you to go to it, come hang out. But I already bought these, already paid an enormous amount of money to go to this Carl Cox gig. He's a house DJ, with my ex at the time. I'd already bought those, tickets for the Carl Cox rave. And then, and then the world just shut down. I thought, well, with Diddy being involved in this project, because it's Bad Boy, I thought, we could do that on some other time, So that was the only time that I guess I've ever been invited to a so-called Diddy party.
The things he was probably doing during COVID, man.
Man, that shit was wild, because in Dallas, we were in Dallas during COVID at this mansion with Kane McKnight and all these other people. We were working on the project during COVID. We were working on the Biggie project. Most of it was done in Dallas, Texas. Over in Highland Park.
That's interesting. So much went on in Dallas. And the two main people that were in Dallas was Jaguar and Diddy. And y'all wonder why he doesn't want to pull up to the blue couch in Dallas? Sounds like that was definitely one of Diddy's stomping grounds. And there's probably a shit ton of people in Dallas that could possibly be after Jonathan Hay, allegedly, for what he's speaking out against. So it makes sense for him not to pull up in person.
In a mansion.
Right.
All living there, filming documentaries, doing, all kinds of, the whole project was done over there. So, I've got people looking at the Kane McKnight thing because, we lost touch. We didn't lose touch. He would check on me every now and then, but, we quit working together. After the project was done, Kane and I, the Biggie project was done, Kane and I really didn't, I moved out of Dallas. I was very frustrated with some of his actions. He got popped by the SEC in 2023. I was like, what the hell is this? He denied it. But with his death last week, that really freaked me out. Again, oh my God, dude, this guy is dead. Great.
And that's interesting that he died just a week ago. What did he say his name was? Kane. You say Kane McKnight? Let me go back. Let me rewind it because I want to make sure I get his name correct. Damn, did he say his last name was McKnight? Didn't he say McKnight? Hold on.
But, we quit working together after the project was done, Kane and I, and all these other people.
That is what he said, Kane McKnight. Not Danity Kane. God damn it. Fucking search is so dumb. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's why I was misspelling his name. So Kane McKnight, witness in Diddy's civil case, dies under suspicious circumstances in Dallas. Now, keep in mind, there's a lot of rumors going around alleging that there is supposedly that Dallas is one of the biggest areas for the satanic ritual sacrifices, allegedly. He's a witness and he's dead. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I feel like maybe they killed. See how they have Jonathan Hayes' picture right next to this guy? I feel like that was, like he said, it freaked him out. It was meant to freak you out. It was meant for you to see that, you know, hey, we took him out. We might take you too. Allegedly. What's even more interesting is this photo of Diddy behind both of them. And then Big Papa is all in the article surrounding Diddy. Hip hop moves. I got the dough. Lyrical genius. I know these are songs, but I'm just saying. And then the blood. See, because again, I'm an editor. The blood spots over the music. This is very symbolic. Whoever made this was dope. Whoever made that thumbnail, that was dope. Okay, does it go back? Says the fixer who knew everything, Kane McKnight, Diddy's Dallas, and a death that doesn't add up. Kane McKnight is dead at 51. His celebration of life was held today in Hurst, Texas, just miles from the Dallas mansion where Sean Diddy Combs and Christina Karam ran a satellite empire, and where McKnight was a frequent guest, trusted contact, and essential operator. And here is Jonathan Hay with Kane McKnight in the studio. Again, Jonathan Hay has came with receipts out the gate. According to music industry publicist and producer Jonathan Hay, who knew McKnight intimately, worked alongside him for years, and spoke exclusively to this publication, McKnight's death bears all the hallmarks of something far darker than an accident, and with it, a critical witness in Hayes' ongoing legal dispute against Sean Diddy Combs, CJ Wallace, Willie Mack, and the notorious Big Estate. McKnight is now allegedly the fifth person linked to Diddy's Dallas mansion to die under suspicious circumstances. McKnight was a partner with Wallace, Mack, Combs, and Hay in the notorious B.I.G. cover project Ready to Dance. The project was a dance cover album of songs by the deceased rapper Christopher George Latour Wallace, better known as the Notorious Big. Hay states the project was mainly active between 2020 and 2021, overseen and collaborated on by Sean Diddy Combs, Johnny Depp, Sean Carter, Jay-Z. Pause. Johnny Depp also has been accused of sexually assaulting his nephew and other people, allegedly. So it looks like these are posts. Looks like from Instagram. A death that doesn't add up. He has a tester. Hay does not believe McKnight's death was accidental, and his reasoning is specific. From someone who had spent decades operating in the highest and most dangerous tiers of the drug trade, McKnight was not the kind of person who would die from a careless mistake. The LA Times reported that prosecutors believe that McKnight, who was arrested in April 2000 in Texas, used strippers and cocktail waitresses to smuggle as many as 2 million of the pills into the country from March to December 1999 as part of a larger drug trafficking organization. Kane found himself in new legal trouble in 2023, charged by the SEC in an $8.4 million investment fraud scheme. McKnight's son, Jedi, oh, that's kind of dope, if that's how it's pronounced. It's either Jedi or Jade, what, I don't know. And Hay shared the same birthday, December 16th. A coincidence that Hayes says deepened their personal bond while they worked intensely together in Dallas and Los Angeles between 2020 and 2021. That means Hayes is a Capricorn. That makes so much sense. We all worked together in a business partnership with the Notorious Big Estate and Bad Boy Records. Hayes said in March 2021, we left that partnership. The falling out between Hay and the Notorious Big Estate and Combs is the subject of Hayes' current pending lawsuits in LA. I want to see what else there is about Kane's death and the date. Kane was the boss of Dallas that got everything set up police-wise. Okay, I'm like, wait a minute. Police-wise, the anonymous source said, describing a man whose underworld connections made him indispensable to Combs' infrastructure. McKnight was a frequent guest at Diddy's Dallas mansion. He lived nearby in his own mansion. He brought women to the property. Pause. McKnight brought women to Diddy's property? That's a little suspect. He set up deals, and critically, he dealt directly with Christina Karam, known as KK. That might explain why the fuck his ass is dead, because he probably knew way more than most people, given how close he was with them, which also brings into question, was McKnight involved? Who prosecutors in the federal trial have since labeled an agent and co-conspirator. Combs and Kane would hold Combs, because I'm sleepy and so my words are getting mixed up. Combs and Kane would hold drug competitions to see who could do more. That's weird. The anonymous source said they were friendly with each other. He was Diddy's drug go-to. McKnight was the drug dealer to the Hollywood stars, according to the source. Allegedly, McKnight supplied ecstasy for Combs's... God damn it. I got to stop touching the screen. The touch screen. So it says, allegedly, McKnight supplied ecstasy for Combs' notorious freak-offs in what insiders called Wild King Nights, the drug-fueled sexual events that are now the centerpiece of the federal racketeering and sex trafficking case that has landed Combs a 50-month sentence. McKnight is allegedly now the fifth death connected to Diddy's Dallas mansion. Among the previous deaths were Lorenzo Washington, a 6'2" former football player providing security at the mansion, known as Zoe, and Lolo, whose death, like the others, was never satisfactorily explained. Washington was reported dead from suspected carbon monoxide poisoning. Wow. The Biggie connection. McKnight's role reportedly extended far beyond drugs. He was alleged to be one of the primary go-betweens for Combs and the Notorious Big Estate, a position that made him a critical witness in Hayes' legal case against Combs, C.J. Wallace, and the estate itself. Says in 2020 and 2021, McKnight worked alongside Hay and animator Michael Fukunaga of Funimation on a series of music projects tied to the Biggie legacy. The projects involved C.J. Wallace, his brother Josh, and Combs' son Christian King. Wow. And extended to business dealings involving Jay-Z and others. Kane was essential to Diddy because of his underworld connections. You know, all of this would explain why the man suddenly came up dead. He knew too much. It's very obvious. He clearly knew too much. What I'm trying to get is the date. Let's get the date of death for Kane McKnight. And then I am going to leave end the live shortly because I'm tired and my brain is starting to reflect that with my speech. I swear to God, if this man's death is on the satanic ritual calendar, I just cracked the case myself right here on the Just D Show. But it's my opinion that probably the reason why they killed him, get the goddamn fuck out of here. Does this say March 1st? What? Is this him? Yep. Because they talk about the Sun Jedi. You know what? I'm going to speak this right into existence. I'm about to get paid to be an investigative detective. I'm really good at this. Everything, I swear to God, bro, it always falls back on the satanic ritual calendar. This was a ritual, in my opinion. Yeah, this was a ritual. This was definitely a ritual. Wow. Neptune, stop correcting me in the chat. Don't do that. I just said I'm tired. It's not a big deal if I said the wrong zodiac sign. I'm tired as hell. I don't need you correcting me in my chat. Makes sense. McKnight was the Jimmy, what? Was the Jimmy the jewelers of the elite drug world. I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. I don't know what Jimmy of Jewelers means. But regardless, he was clearly connected in a way that they must have seen or felt like he knew too much. And my thing is, did McKnight possibly threaten to snitch? I don't think so, considering what they're saying his connection to Diddy was. But for him to turn up dead, maybe he did threaten. He might have threatened Diddy or like somebody connected to him, and they was like, you know what, we're gonna make an example out of him and we're gonna scare Jonathan Hay and go ahead and take him out. Again, this is all speculation, alleged.
We were working on the project during COVID. We were working on the Biggie project. Most of it was done in Dallas, Texas. over in Highland Park, in a mansion.
Right.
All living there, filming documentaries, doing, all kinds of, the whole project was done over there. So, I've got people looking at the Kane McKnight thing because, we lost touch. We didn't lose touch. He would check on me every now and then, but we quit working together after the project was done. Kane and I, the Biggie project was done. Kane and I really didn't, I moved out of Dallas. I was very frustrated with some of his actions. He got popped by the SEC in 2023. I was like, what the hell is this? He denied it. But with his death last week, that really freaked me out. Again, like, oh my God, dude, this guy is dead. Great shape.
And that's the thing. It's the mind fuck of, we're going to take out your closest, business partner and buddy again to intimidate you. And unfortunately, it looks like it worked. So again, shout out to Jonathan Hay, and I'm definitely sending him prayers.
No reason for him to die at 51 years old.
Right.
Yeah. And my team is on it. Like, they are contacting, the police detectives. They're trying to get the autopsy report because I do want to see what's going on, because he loved his son, named Jedi McKnight. He loved his son. And so even though Kane and I had some of our differences, his son doesn't deserve to lose his father.
Right.
And Kane loved his son. So my team is on it. So we're going to try to, get to the bottom and help, find out what happened to him. And if in any way it is related to what I'm going through now.
Wow. All right, Jonathan, is there anything else you want to tell the people before we get out of here?
Bro, thanks as always. I always tell you, thank you so much, man. You guys have been, so influential, and, you don't realize how much that you've helped me, so like, I appreciate, you guys for, amplifying, a victim's voice on my pursuit for justice.
Shout out to Jonathan Hay. Shout out to him for his courage to come forward. And shout out to him for giving credit where credit is due. Like, genuinely. Especially considering, just everything that he's been through. He's been through a lot. He's been through a lot. Okay, so with that being said, let me look at these comments. Who? Is this a troll in the chat? Okay, well then you shouldn't be on this channel. Like, why are you here if you don't feel any empathy for a survivor of sexual abuse? He never stood for my You know what? Get your ignorant, stupid ass out my damn chat. It's always a dumb motherfucker in here on some bullshit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ban you myself because you're a fucking idiot. You're stupid. Like, I'm telling you to face, you're a dumbass for saying that. Reparations have nothing to do with this man speaking about his real life experience. So I'm gonna go ahead, because he didn't feel empathy for Malcolm X. Nigga, fuck your stupid ass. God, you're just dumb. You're stupid as hell. Don't nobody give a fuck about none of that. Yeah, I just blocked him. And nobody cares about you, like, posting stupid shit in the chat. Like, you're not a troll, but you're saying a bunch of troll ass shit, which is why your stupid ass just got blocked. So yeah, it's that simple. It's always a dumbass coming over here for the sake of YouTube, because again, I publicly always expose the trolls. That way, when I go to report their channel, there's evidence. Because nobody cares. Like, you're talking about shit that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So StreamYard will still show the comments, but on YouTube, it blocks. So, yeah, ain't nobody finna see your dumbass comments in here. Then the stupid motherfucker said because he didn't feel empathy for Malcolm X. Yeah, you're clearly an idiot who's a troll that was probably sent over here by Jaguar, which is why your dumbass just got blocked and banned and reported. So nobody will see your comments, but your channel has been reported for cyberbullying and gang stalking. And this is why I don't turn on subscribers only, because it allows me to, you know, for the trolls to expose themselves. That way I can go report their channels and block them, which is literally what you're doing right now. So you literally just got reported. And actually, I also just reported your comments. So do look forward to hearing from YouTube letting you know that you've been reported. You're a fucking idiot. This is why people are like, turn on subscribers only. No, the best thing to do is let people expose themselves. That way it makes it so easy for me to report their channel and block and ban them from the channel. And we know that the only people that come over here talking shit are usually Jaguar's real rejects of YouTube and her Jaguar Wright Garbage Pail Clan members. So I love it when they do that. It doesn't bother me. It actually makes it very easy for me to get your stupid ass off of fucking YouTube. You're a fucking idiot. I'm telling you, you're a fucking idiot because I know your stupid ass is still watching. Come on up here talking about reparations and he didn't give a fuck about Malcolm X, bitch. Nigga, you a bitch and your mama's a bitch. How about that? Publicly. Kiss my black ass with your stupid ass, dumb motherfucker. Now, With that being said, we about to end the live on that note. Ain't nobody got time for that bullshit. But thank everybody that tuned in to the live. Thank everybody that participated in the chat. And thank you to all of those that stayed for the entire live. I appreciate y'all so much. I do plan on doing a part 2. So definitely y'all tune in again. It's not black versus whites. It's them. Exactly. And all he did was further prove my point about the dumbass, stupid niggas, y'all ignorant motherfuckers that keep coming over here and making shit about race. It ain't about Jonathan Hay being white. It's not even about him being a male. It's about people getting justice. And you dumbass niggas that want to sit up here and do this stupid reverse racism shit, talking about no sympathy for whitey. How about this? Let you fuck around and get raped and have somebody tell you that they don't feel any sympathy for you. In fact, I'm reversing that negative shit you just said right back to your ass, like I do everybody else that come up in here on that bullshit. I reverse energy back to sender. You're going to experience the very thing that you just made fun of, stupid motherfucker. Ooh, and the ancestors, let it be a white man too, since he's racist. Let it be a white man that does that bullshit. I swear to God, because y'all, you dumb as hell. You come in here saying shit to be a distraction, and all you did was got your ass put on blast and blocked, banned, and reported. You're a racist piece of shit. I don't tolerate racism on my channel. I don't tolerate homophobia on my channel. I don't tolerate transphobia on my channel. Everybody who does that shit, I call you out, I block, ban, and report your channel. Simple as that. You're no different from white people that are racist. You're no different. And you're not finna come over here like, oh, she's black, so I'm gonna say all this shit. No, you just got reported. Your comments got reported. You won't be allowed back on my platform. Now, everybody else, thank you so much for tuning in. For those who tune in for the first time, welcome to D's World. This is what I do. I deep dive, I research, I give my reactions, and then I show y'all the evidence. I show y'all everything that I am researching to show receipts. All right, so baby, I'm sleepy, I'm tired. I'm finna go to sleep. Y'all stay tuned. And again, for those that are new, thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. You know what? You know what? I cannot with you. Do you want me to tell them what that means, or do you want me to keep that as an inside joke between us? It's up to you. Because you just hit the nail on the head. He needs that good old rubber chicken. I swear to God. Yeah, that dumb motherfucker needs the rubber chicken. I swear to God. Okay, I'm going to keep it between us. But yeah, I think he needs a little bit of poetic justice. I cannot. All right, y'all. Thank y'all again for tuning in. Thank you, everybody. Y'all keep Jonathan Hay in your prayers, and not just him. Keep all survivors in your prayers. All survivors of sexual abuse, all survivors of sex trafficking. Keep them in your prayers, because y'all, until you are able to get help and get support, that shit really does seek to destroy your mind. So keep everybody in prayers, and Jonathan, we are praying for you. Love you back, family. Thank you so much. I really do love y'all. And just want to take a moment to give recognition to all of my veteran DzPeepz. Shout out to all of y'all that's been rocking with me for the last, almost 2 years. I appreciate y'all so very much. Thank you for y'all's support on and offline. Thank you to those that have been booking spiritual consultations with me. For those who would like to, again, I am an empath, clairvoyant, psychic medium, and I do offer spiritual consultations to aid in your healing, specifically with survivors of sexual abuse. So if you're interested in a consultation, hit me up. You can follow me on Instagram at JustDeeShow. DM me on there, but follow me first, because if you don't follow me and you message me, I don't see those messages because it goes into the spam message request folder. So make sure you follow and then DM me on there, and I got you. So family, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all stay tuned and have a beautiful day.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.
You can see it in my eyes. My future turning up.